Let's feel it out of there, make it a part, nestled within new building, office buildings, make it a draw where people want to bring professional businesses here, office buildings, offices, hire.
I know they're right. Yeah,
Maybe something else gets built around there.
I always thought they had a park on the street. Doesn't leak. Already ADA, so where they get a kitchen in it.
It's bigger than they need though.
No, then you can sub out the people and stuff. Yeah. Eating rooms and stuff.
Where we're standing is back here, but we're doing this is
Our tax base. Oh. Yeah.
Where'd Mike go? I lost him. Do you guys have more of those packets? We're too short. If not, the solicitor and I will sacrifice ourselves to, no, we'll take.
Good evening, everyone. We will call to order the agenda meeting of Morrisville Borough Council, August 13th, 2019. If I could ask you all to please do a moment of silence for the mass shooting victims in Texas and Ohio. Please keep their loved ones and communities in your thoughts and prayers as they try to heal from that horrific event. So if you all please rise for a moment of silence and our Pledge of Allegiance first. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thanks. And if we could have a roll call when you're ready, Virginia. Thank you.
Here.
Councilwoman Dreisbach?
Here.
Councilwoman McConigal?
Here.
Councilman Laris?
Here.
Councilman Nay?
Here.
Councilman Parker?
Here.
Councilman Stitt?
Here.
And Councilman Yeager?
Here.
Okay. Well, thanks everyone for coming out. We have 4 presentations that are going to happen tonight. The first couple are only going to be brief ones, probably about 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And then the last one would be Select Morrisville LLC. It's going to take probably a little bit longer. I just want to say from the beginning that we will be doing the public comment after after all the presentations are done and the council weighs in. This is a work session for the council. The presentations that are going to be done, everyone can weigh in on whatever those are. I will ask, though, because I'm sure most of them are here for the concept plan that was passed around to the public ahead of time. So I will ask you all to be respectful of each other, respectful of the council, the administration, and most of all, our presentators. They're here just to do a concept of what they want to bring to the council, and the council's made no decisions on anything. So just give you a heads up on that. But we have a lot of people, so we will stick to that 3-minute timeline. So thank you for your attention to that. The first one during the presentation will be Edmunds. If you want to come up to the podium to please speak. They are finance and accounting software.
You might need to turn that mic on. There's a button with a little green light. Oh, okay.
Good evening.
You can take it out of there, too, if that's helpful.
That's all right. Good evening, Council. I'm Bob Edmonds Jr. I am the account executive for Edmonds GovTech. We'll be presenting our software package today. This is my father. This is Bob Edmonds Sr. He is our owner and executive chairman as well. What do you say? I'm sorry.
You gotta get a little.
Oh, all right. We presented some packets in front of you with some information in there. The first one will be the proposal, the pricing proposal we are offering to the borough. It includes all services, the modules that will be included within the software package, as well as conversion pricing. The second one is the proposed project plan for the borough. And the third article in there is the PA references that we have in the accounts that are using our software in the state. We arranged them by county and population size. So you can get a look at the vast majority of people that are using our software system in the state. I'm going to let our owner, Bob Edmonds Sr., talk a little bit more about who we are, what we do, and what we're offering to the borough.
Nice to see everybody. Just a real quick background on who we are. We were started in 1972 by my father, so we're actually a very generational company. We've strictly dealt in local governments, municipalities, counties, and utility authorities over the years. We currently have 1,973 local governments on the East Coast who we service, 147 employees, and take great pride in our work and, treating everybody decent and, getting you through technology. Our product is written in Java with a SQL backend. It's cloud-based, completely integrated. Happy to answer any questions you may have on our company, on our products.
Madam President, if I could just remind council that we talked about this last month's meeting.
Yes.
The municipal authority is in the process of doing a conversion, and while I don't think they've reached a firm decision yet, Edmonds seems to be the leading contender in that process.
If I may, John, I spoke with John on the phone, I think on Monday, and he told me that the municipal authority did get it approved approved at their last council meeting.
Oh, okay, good. Well, that's updated information. This just in. So we now have been waiting for that to happen, and we're, going to look to piggyback on the MMA's decision, so.
Okay.
So Scott, maybe you can answer some of this because I know you've had some conversations about it in the background. Are they going to, what services, it looks like they have a laundry list of services they do, including payroll and a lot of other stuff. What specific services, and maybe you guys can answer, what specific services were you planning on providing to the MMA?
We're doing a variety of services, so we will be doing finance, payroll, human resources, and obviously we'll be doing the utility billing side of things as well. That includes online payments, a meter reading app where the meter readers can go out and automatically integrate into the system from out in the field, and a work order app as well.
What's your security? Now you're talking about having information on every person in the borough. Give us some insights on your security levels and whether or not you've ever had a data breach.
We actually, your data will be hosted on AWS EC2. We're actually FedRAMP approved, which is pretty much the highest security you can have. So pretty comfortable. If you were on premise, I wouldn't make any promises, but since you will be hosted on Amazon, it's really very secure. And just one other thing that, anything that gets sent locally gets encrypted, on its way down and on its way up. So,
Has your organization ever had a data breach?
no.
Knock wood.
Yeah.
And as you can see from their reference list, and as we observed in our due diligence, they represent several cities and municipalities around us and in the area, and they come highly regarded. So we're not asking for council to make a decision on this tonight because this isn't an agenda meeting. You don't vote typically in agenda meetings. But we wanted to acquaint you with the direction we're heading in and the firm we're heading there with. It will be hopefully a smooth transition, but we're using some antiquated software now, so there may be some bumps in the road ahead.
Another question?
Sure.
Is the pricing in this specific to the borough, or is that the whole package that's the borough and the MMA?
I believe it's specific to the borough, but I'll let Bob.
Yeah, this pricing is specific to the borough, but the MMA got a very similar price. We tried to package them together and discount it just so both places could be on one system.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
I've told them no so many times that I think we've reached the basement on pricing.
Okay, so I guess my question would be, as I'm looking this for the first time on the numbers, to transfer and change this all over to your system, there's the bulk fee, and then there's a maintenance fee per year for us to be in that system, correct? Okay.
And the maintenance fee to start your second year.
Right,
So-
yeah, that's what I saw on that.
And one of the unique things, all our upgrades, enhancements are all covered under the maintenance agreement.
Okay.
And Bob, close your ears, but the annual maintenance fee that we would be paying Edmunds is actually less than what we're paying AMS now, so.
I think we made a typo now.
Too late.
So that would be 11,000 per year for maintenance?
Less than AMS?
No, I'm seeing the maintenance fees here
No,
of
I'm just
11,
kidding.
650, 350?
Yeah.
Okay, and the total cost proposed is 68,930?
Correct.
Is that spread out? That's 68,000, or is that all up front? Is that 68,000 all up front, or is that
Under
spread
this
out?
proposal, it is. We also offer a SaaS payment, which is basically a 5-year payment plan that spreads it out over 5 years.
Okay.
So
How much more will we pay over 5 years?
it's actually only about a 7% higher amount. Yeah, it's not
7% total or 7% per year?
7% total.
Okay.
And then the information,
Just real quick, if you, it's easy to get it up to you tomorrow morning or something if you wanted to take a look at that, or
Okay, yes, absolutely. Okay, well, if there's no other questions from the, oh, sure, go ahead.
So for the municipal dashboard, would this be something that, let's say our Public Works was out and they had to do a work order? Would this be on a tablet that they could just do it? Would it be from their phone? How would they be able to?
Yeah, it actually, it can be on their phone. It can be on a tablet. The nice thing about the phones is you don't have to pay for internet. I mean, everybody's already got internet service, so you don't have to, pay Verizon or whoever your service provider is. But yeah, they can do it on a phone or they can do it on a tablet.
Okay.
So there's a lot of information here. I'm assuming you'll digest this and have more questions for us, which we will, of course, endeavor to answer with the help of the Edmonds folks. But if you have nothing further for them tonight, we can let them
Yes,
go.
Well, thanks for coming out and
Thank
doing
you.
the presentation
you.
and giving us
Appreciate
the
it.
information, and we'll digest this, and then we'll get back to you about it.
All right,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is really nice.
Thanks, guys.
I like that.
Our next presentation is from Tracer. It's an infrastructure and asset management program.
Good evening, folks.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Full disclosure, I spent 38 years at Verizon, so I know a little bit about the telephony business. So if people are worried about their data plans, don't worry about it. I think it's all covered, and I think you'll be in good shape. My name is Dan Reevy. I now am presently the General Manager of Business Development with Tracer, LLC. We were born from McMahon Associates. McMahon has been in the industry leader actually for the last 42 years in network planning and architecture and highway design. About a year ago, or actually less than that, about 6 months ago, because of our tremendous success in the marketplace, we moved on. We established our own LLC, and we are on our own. Presently, we have about 50 clients throughout our footprint, which encompasses from as far north as the New England states down to Florida. Our primary presence and footprint is here in Pennsylvania, balanced between southeastern Pennsylvania as well as western Pennsylvania. Specifically here in southeast, we presently have 4 clients in Bucks County. We have about 12 in Monaco and 8 in Chester, and then we have several dozens out in western PA. There's going to be a trend tonight, and this is great that your audience is here and your residents are here, because I applaud the leadership under Scott Mitchell. I've known Scott a long time, but he saw a void here in municipal government in the way you're managing things, and that's technology. I mean, the days of the intellectual capital and employees coming here, working here, and keeping everything to themselves are over. The next generation of employees, next generation of residents want to have access to technology. They want to have access to their municipal government, whether it's by phone, by text, by the internet. And what Scott is doing here, along with his team, is providing the tools necessary for his team and your residents to accomplish that goal. What we're doing is going to be proposing an asset management system called Tracer. And primarily where we're focused is in the areas of your assets in the borough, your land footprint, all the information that you get from the county regarding parcels and those types of assets, and specifically talking about permitting and inspection process. So your code enforcement, your public works folks, which are presently now maybe doing things slightly antiquated, whether it's on an Excel spreadsheet or maybe even on paper, everything will be uniformed. It will have access throughout all municipal employees, as well as your MMA. Scott is partnering with the MMA on this project, and our pricing reflects that. And the proposal I gave to Scott would be a shared arrangement between the council and the borough, as well as the MMA. So simply, it's point lines and polygons. Simple as that. A resident calls in, they see a pothole in the middle of the street, they can contact the borough, you generate a work order, it's electronically sent to your public works department, and then they can respond, whether via phone, via fax, via email, and respond to that resident's request in a timely manner. It really brings your municipal government up to the 21st century. It takes away the phone tag, it takes away miscommunication and misinformation, everything is there. There's also portals that are out in the future that you can have a Citizen Central portal for your residents that they want to notify the municipal government via online. You also have other areas for GPS and fleet management But at the present time, that's not in discussion. The 4 areas that I mentioned specifically, which was your asset management, your permitting, your land, and your inspection is what we're talking specifically here this evening. So with that said, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions if you have any. Oh, by the way, I provided some collateral material, just enough to whet your appetite, so you know what's what. Again, Scott has a copy of the proposal, so we're not going to get into figures. He has all that. You can discuss that with him, and I'd be more than happy to address any concerns regarding that in a follow-up discussion. But if any open questions you may have, I'd be happy to help.
I think for me, I know the MMA has been working with us through the years, as you say, antiquated system to keep track of different repairs.
Right.
And like I said, the permitting, all that. And we have been talking about it for a long time of updating those systems
Right.
and coordination. So Scott talked about this last month, and I think it's something that we definitely would make it more efficient, especially for our workers all the way around,
Right.
to be able to communicate better and get the things done more efficiently. So
Agreed. And it should drive costs out of your government. I mean, everyone, I want to hear about stable taxes. You know, there's a manager on record, and his name is Aaron Bebro in Hatfield Township, Montgomery County. He's on record that since he's used Tracer, it's eliminated about 10% off his operating budget annually. His words, not mine. And that's documented. So again, you're able to forecast what your expenses are.
Okay.
And you have a management tool in place that you need to keep people apprised, whether it's members of council or the public. It's open, it's transparent, and it works very efficiently.
Okay.
Scott, is regarding the cost, is that something you'll be sending out to us?
Yes, I will be.
Okay, thank you.
If I may. Thanks for coming out.
Sure, my pleasure.
So when you talk about portals, so is this a situation where we'd be set up where if somebody needs to request a permit, they can go online and actually give all the information online and have it started virtually?
Excuse me, I neglected to mention my colleague here, Eric Haflett. Eric is our business analyst. Eric, you want to maybe provide a brief overview to the councilman specifically about that application?
Sure. As far as portals go, that's a good example. We just finished the development phase on our permit application portal, which allows residents to come in and apply for permits online. They can pay for them. We have credit card processing and all that stuff. That process can be done online, so they don't have to come into the office, at least to start their application process. A lot of other portals that we use, we kind of use that broad term portals because it really is based on the request of you, what kind of data you want to collect from the residents and what kind of data you want to put back out to them. A typical example would be our citizen problem reporter, which is kind of like a web map that you can put out and people can drop points on the map and report issues in the township that they see when they're out and about. So that's just another one of those examples, but yes.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions?
Anyone else?
I promised Scott 5 minutes. I know you have a robust agenda. You're not here to. Yeah, right.
we're kidding.
And I know you're not here to see us tonight. So, but seriously, we look forward to working with you all. Again, we have several clients here in southeastern Pennsylvania. I encourage you all. Scott has a list of references. Please, feel free to pick up the phone. Your staff has worked very hard on circling in on this solution, and I think we'll be more than happy to deliver that solution for you.
In fact, Madam President, I believe if you Google Tracer, I think there's an online demo.
That is
of it,
correct.
if you want to look at that.
Okay.
Or we have been talking to and have been visiting and continue to visit some surrounding municipalities that are already using it. If a member of council would like to do the same thing or reach out to a fellow governing body member in another community, Warminster Township uses it heavily.
Northampton
Township
Solbury.
does everything in it.
Yeah.
Solbury, Hamilton Township, New Jersey.
Correct.
And I've talked to all of them about it.
Okay.
So we can make that arrangement if anybody wants to
Okay.
participate in that process. And if you have other questions, let us know, and we'll get Dan and his team involved in getting answers for you.
Okay. Thanks for coming out for the
Thank you so much.
presentation.
Enjoy the rest of your
Appreciate
night.
it. You too. Thank you.
So Scott, what have you learned so far in these meetings? How will benefit us?
Operational efficiencies, right now, our work order flow process tends to be an array of pretty colored Post-it notes. So we're looking to transition from that to, something a little more reliable
And this manages asset inventory.
Yeah, this would have basically every street light, traffic light, fire hydrant,
Truck.
manhole, stormwater inlet, as-built maps if we wanted to put as-built, park benches. Theoretically, we could probably do waste receptacles, either on the levee or on Bridge Street in them or in the parks, so on and so forth. So it'll be heavily used most by the Public Works Department and the Code Department, so.
Scott, regarding the overall cost for both of these presentations, will we be voting on these after we've reviewed the budget and we are ensuring that we have is this going to be put on a wish list?
No, you'll probably be seeing I believe the Edmunds package included a copy of the cost proposal. The Tracer one I have not circulated yet because I'm not quite done with it. So you'll be seeing those and you'll have an opportunity to approve those probably in the next month or two.
Well, my concern is since we're going right into budget season, that this should be, I agree that we need to upgrade our technology, but we also need to have, make sure we have the funds. So.
Yep.
With all this new technology, if we decide to upgrade, are we going to also need to set aside money to purchase new computers and servers or anything like that?
No, I think with both packages, we're looking for our existing computers, though old, will provide us the necessary functionality.
Scott, what is training and from a time perspective of getting everybody up to par with these programs, what would you be looking at?
Implementation is going to take time. It's going to be a bumpy road. Training personnel is going to be a challenge because we don't have teams of people sitting around with nothing to do. But both presentations, both packages, both firms include training as part of the conversion and implementation process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We're okay, move on. All right, our next presentation is from the Bucks County Planning Commission, and this would be Mike Rodick. Welcome.
Mike, if you could, even before you get into the comp plan, can you just give them a very brief overview on the
Sure.
update to the C1 zone?
Absolutely. So over the last a couple months, we've been working with your Planning Commission to develop a new C1 district. This is an outgrowth of the Blueprint Revitalization Plan that we did back in 2017. If a lot of us recall, we had that open house meeting that was very successful. From that open house meeting, we gathered some data. We came up with the blueprint plan. And then from that blueprint plan, one of the recommendations was to redo the downtown C1 district. So right now we have some draft provisions. We've really kind of looked at the downtown area, looked at the uses to see what was more appropriate to a downtown setting. We came up with new dimensional requirements, new standards. And we right now have a draft ordinance that we gave that initial draft to council. But I know Scott last night had asked us to come up with that final version for council's consideration. So what we're going to do is on September 23rd, we're going to get back together with the Planning Commission, and we're going to really take a hard look at it and give you our final version on that. And so that'll be for council's consideration at that point.
Well, this is amending the zoning ordinance, right?
That is
So
correct,
we're going to
yeah.
need an ordinance to amend an ordinance.
Yeah.
So we will need to circulate that draft ahead of the council meeting whenever we're going to put it
Right.
in front of them for adoption. We'll have to do solicitor review, public notice, advertising, so on and so forth. So if it's going to be at the Planning Commission at their September meeting, September 23rd,
23rd meeting, yeah.
we're hoping that it'll be in front of council for council's October meeting.
Okay. So with that ordinance, I'm assuming you really want us to, this isn't just, hey, these are these provisions. You're looking to what section of the ordinance we want to amend all those types of things that go into an ordinance amendment.
Yeah, if you could draft the ordinance, then the solicitor can review it, or if you guys prefer not to draft the ordinance language, we could beg the solicitor to help us with it.
Well,
So-
yeah, maybe we can coordinate, see what we can come up with, and maybe you can just take that ordinance to the finish line. So we could work it that way.
Okay.
So, so that's a summary of the C1 district. But tonight, what we want to do is we want to talk about the comprehensive plan. So back in 2008, we developed a comprehensive plan for Morrisville Borough. I think it was well received then. I think it had a lot of really good ideas in it. But as the borough has decided that it's a time for a new comprehensive plan to sort of set a new vision, for the future. A lot has happened over the last 10 years or so, and certainly you want to incorporate some of those new happenings, into that comprehensive plan. And certainly, I'm sure you have new ideas on how you want to see, how you see the future of Morrisville Borough. So, so what we want to do tonight is, in developing this comprehensive plan, we just want to meet with council and get your ideas on issues that may be occurring in the borough that you want to see in the comprehensive plan, directions you want to head in, what you liked about the old comprehensive plan, what you didn't like about the old comprehensive plan, and let us know if you're interested in doing a survey for the plan. We got some feedback last night in talking with the Planning Commission. I think one of the things that came up was they'd like to see a better way of implementing the comprehensive plan. We had some really good ideas in there, but I don't think we had sort of that punch list of things that we really need to get done here. So one of my suggestions was that we do come up with that list. We put that right there in the plan summary. We make it a sheet where you can just copy that list. You can post it in a prominent area so that you're reminded of the top actions that you want to take over the next couple years to implement that vision of the comprehensive plan. So so we had some really good discussion last night. The other thing that they had mentioned was in regards to the survey was they want to make sure that the survey comes out with some useful information. There was a sense that we kind of know what people think. We had the open house meeting a couple years ago. We got some really good feedback from the community, from that meeting. And then other surveys have been done over the years. So I would leave that up to council to decide whether a survey was something you might find useful. Certainly we can do that for the comprehensive plan. Just want to note that we had handed out a work program for you, and that kind of goes over the various elements that we're going to tackle at each work session. Another comment last night was that nobody got the agenda on time. So next time around, we're going to make sure that everybody gets an agenda a week before, so that can be posted and people, either council members or residents, who are interested in attending that meeting and talking about those issues can be there that night. Mm-hmm. So. Is there anything in particular that you liked about the last comprehensive plan that you want us to further explore, or anything that maybe you didn't like about that last comprehensive plan? I'm sure you've read it recently.
Actually, I did.
It's on everyone's night table.
Yeah.
I did actually go over some of that today, just to refresh my memory on some stuff, especially when I attended the meeting last night and we were going over survey. And I went back to see what was said in 2008, and it's very similar to what's being said today.
Right.
For instance, in that survey, when it was done, it said, in preparation for new comprehensive plan, residents were asked to offer their views on Morrisville's priorities and hopes for the borough's future in the community survey. 3 things were running throughout that survey, and the responses were, first, the need for increased economic and community revitalization. I think that's still an issue today, and it's just how you do it. Second one is the impact of the high tax property taxes, which of course is even more today than it was back then. And the effect that the negative perception of the Morrisville Borough School District has because of the high taxes that basically happen. As for residential development, most respondents preferred the prevailing type of housing in long-established community, single-family, owner-occupied housing, retirement or senior living developments, as well as townhouses also were viewed favorably.
Okay.
So just a couple things that I just picked out when we were talking about, do you do another survey? And it's really up to the council if they decide they think it's something we should send out, and we could also ask the residents about it. I think one of the positive things we did was back in March of 2017 was hold that town hall here. And the people would come and you brought all the boards up and they got to pick what were their top things that they wanted for the borough. So that was kind of like a survey too, and you guys have that information. But it seems to be a running theme. And one of the things that was mentioned last night at that meeting was that you can have a great comprehensive plan. You have to put those things in motion to get there.
Right.
Some of those things have changed. Some of the things you were talking about last night would be definitely have to be upgraded in the plan. Like we now added an open space area because Emma Ryder was taken down as preserved land now and becomes a passive park. So we've actually, that would need to be changed from that original plan. Manor Park, I believe, is up for sale. That's another one that's going to be changing according to what happens there. But those were all in the original plans, you'll see. But you guys were saying last night you're going to go over that, make all those changes on what's changed since 2008 till now when it comes to some of the properties. I think for me personally, this is just my opinion. I think in the last few years, as we've been looking to see what we put in for the tools to get across the finish line, or at least get a moving towards that from that comprehensive plan, because everybody says all the time, nothing happens.
Yeah.
And it's a lot harder than everybody thinks to get that. You can have a lot of, I've been here for decades, and I'm the first one to say it too. Morrisville's a great town, has a lot of potential, and it does.
Yeah.
But if you don't recognize what it is and act on what that is, it goes nowhere. You spin your wheels, and 10 years later you go, we got to upgrade our plan. But what happened between and now? So I really did enjoy the meeting last night to hear the back and forth with our planning commission and you and your staff. So that's just my view on this. Is a lot of those things were very positive that were in there. Some things I looked at today I don't think could have ever been implemented just by the way our traffic is. Some of the bump outs that were there, that didn't work out. Some of those plans that we were trying to do. So we would have to revisit any of that kind of stuff. But I think the town has the idea that they know we pay the highest combined taxes in Bucks County. And we need to, you want that small town charm, and you want your downtown to be nice, and you want that to be a destination that people are going to want to come and say, yeah, Morrisville's a really cool town. I want to buy a house there. I want to be there. So I think for me, I like a lot of things in that original plan. I think it still can be tweaked, but I think we're all on that same path of moving to that. Revitalization is a big thing.
Yeah.
It was the number one thing that they said back in 2008, 2017. I just think it's how that happens.
Yeah, I think that a lot of it is the process. But the other thing when I look back at that plan is there's a lot of ideas in there. I think what this plan needs to have is more projects.
Right.
Let's put some projects together.
Yeah.
And those are things that you can implement. We're saying we're going to do these 10 projects. It's all going to be out there. And that comprehensive plan will be sort of that report card for the over the next 10 years.
Mike, I have a really quick question. You handed out the work program, which just for the public's knowledge looks like a calendar.
Yeah.
You have a few things here. It says work sessions 1 through 6. Now, are those going to be public meetings like what took place in 2017, or is that going to be just with the borough?
So those will be all meetings with the Planning Commission.
With the Planning Commission,
Yeah.
okay.
So again, we're trying to send that agenda out a week ahead of time. So if anybody's interested in a particular topic, or they just want to.
And those are public meetings, so if
Those are all
anybody from
public
the
meetings,
borough
yep.
wanted to come,
Absolutely,
any resident?
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And this comprehensive plan is updated every 10 years, is that right?
Yeah, the MPC requires that you update it every 10 years. Some communities take their time with it. Morrisville obviously sees a need for it. I mean, a lot has happened over the last 10 years, so I certainly think it's a good time to do it.
And it's a long process. You're looking at what, June, July of next year it'll
Yeah.
be done?
Yeah, I will say that the last time around, Don kept us on target. He cracked the whip every month, and we got through that plan
He's back there.
right on schedule.
He's here.
Be careful what you say. He might be in the back. But he is a taskmaster, yes.
Waiting for your next meeting.
Yeah.
Anyone else want to weigh in on if anybody's read the former plan or they have an idea about?
Would you be interested in doing a survey? That's really the number one question I think we have tonight.
Yeah, I would have no problem with it at all. I don't know how the other council feel about it.
The more input, the better.
Yeah, the more people have a say in it. Yeah, absolutely.
Is this survey something that we can put on our website so that the residents can go on our website,
Yeah.
download the survey, and then email it back?
Or just do it online, please.
Or
We
just
have,
online.
I think last
I
time
think we had the
did it-
capability of doing online surveys, and I think I have to check with this, but there's a way of doing it so only one computer, can do it per survey. So,
Or,
yeah.
they could come in and pick up
Right,
the
or they could-
survey and hand it in.
Yeah. So there are different ways of doing that. I would certainly lean towards doing some type of online survey or an option of doing a paper survey.
Yeah, because you're going to have some people that are not online that picked them up at the Borough Hall last time and
Yeah.
then mailed it in to
Yeah.
you. So you're going to have both.
Yeah. Another idea that came out of the Planning Commission last night was to have another open house type meeting, have people come in. And I don't know whether we would do boards or not with the dots, but that was another idea that was put forward by the Planning Commission.
The one that was held in 2017 was, I thought, there was a lot of people that came out. A lot of the businesses came out to say
Yeah.
what it was and what they would like to see because they're business owners. So they also participated. I know you had the table in the back that everyone could register at, and
Right.
then they would get their dots and they would go around, and you
Yeah.
had what it could look like so people could see.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought that was,
Now,
it was nice.
A survey, would you want to do that before you do some of these work sessions or partway through a couple of them? Or
Typically, we kind of do it along with the work sessions. We want to get the plan done. It takes a little while to come up with the survey, the questions,
Okay.
send it out, then get it back and tabulate the results. That's like a 3 to 4 month process right there.
Okay.
So we'd want to do it alongside
Yeah.
having those work sessions.
Yeah, because I know the last time we did it in March and it was approved and then your final analysis came out to us in October of 2017. So that's how long that took to get all that done
Yeah.
from the open house the last time. Okay. Anyone else? Okay.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay, well, thank you.
Mike.
You may not see him much, but Mike's actually around a lot, so if you have questions, we can always get them.
Absolutely.
All right. Thanks.
Thank
Thanks for coming out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next presentation is Select Morrisville LLC conceptual presentation. You have to introduce who will be doing this.
Thank you. I'm John Van Leuveney. I'm an attorney with Eastburn and Gray in Doylestown. I've been practicing law in the county for 47 years, I guess it is. And during most of that time, I've been doing land use projects. I'm very excited to have the opportunity to be here tonight. It's been a long time coming. I'm trying to do that. I can get a little closer. Thank you. All right. I'm here because of one man, and many of you know him, Joe McGrath. I'm going to ask Joe to stand up. He's not going to do a lot of talking tonight. He's already done a lot of that. And a lot of you have heard from him. He's a pretty hard worker when he gets an idea in his head. Joe has a background of 40 years in the real estate development industry. During a number of those years, he focused on site selection. A lot of his work involved market studies of downtown areas. He has a lot of background. Some of the most recent projects, some of you may be familiar with, that was his vision, and one which he was able to bring to fulfillment was Goodnose Corner in Newtown. A lot of people use that as an example. When I've gone to other boroughs in the county with the development projects, they say, can you do something like Goodnose Corner? That's exactly how Joe came to be interested in Morrisville. He grew up in Bucks County, of course, in Lower Bucks, but never really looked at Morrisville. I grew up in Newtown. I've never really looked at Morrisville, although I know it has a rich history. There's a lot of here, but it's not a focal point for major development, and I think the developers have essentially ignored it. There is a need for revitalization here. I think it was recognized by Bob White of the Bucks County Redevelopment Authority when Bob called Joe about 1.5 years ago and said, "Hey, Joe, do you think you could do something like Goodnose Corner in Morrisville?" Joe's first reaction was, why would I want to go to Morrisville? He knows what your chairperson recently just indicated in response to the Bucks County Planning Commission presentation. You've got the highest taxes in the county. We've looked at the demographics. The population decreased about 30% between 1970 and 2010, and there's been very little economic development. So Joe's first reaction when Bob called him is, why would I consider that? He had little sites. Little sites don't give you the synergy that you need to really develop something that makes a difference in a municipality. A couple months later, Bob White called Joe again and said, hey, how about, would you consider, if the borough was interested and the Delaware River Joint Toll Bridge Commission was interested in considering a redevelopment project involving Williamson's Park? I don't think Bob had talked to council, and of course Joe hadn't talked to anybody. And 15 months later, it's the first time we're really talking to council as an entirety about the project, and I'll explain to you why it took so long for us to get here. Joe took another look, and of course, this area of Williamson's Park has a wonderful location. I think we all know that. It's a large tract of land. It's in the center of the borough. It has wonderful potential if you look at it in the abstract without, excuse me? I'll swallow it, I guess. All right. Try to do that. I think it's a little directional too. All right. I think I have it now. But it's a large enough tract of land that can make a difference if the project were done properly, if it were feasible. So Joe came to me and we said, well, what do we do? How do we evaluate whether it's even feasible before we go talk to people? We looked at the site. Joe hired Pickering Courts and Somerset out of Newtown, Mark Havers, to do a little engineering background, check the availability, what plans existed, what were the site constraints. I pulled title commitments on all the properties and realized that some of the park properties are actually subject to 99-year leases. Others are actually owned by the borough. There are all kinds of questions involved there. It's not an easy project to put together. And then we know that you've been working on this levee issue because, according to FEMA, the park is 10 feet underwater, according to the most recent floodplain studies. And we all know that's not true. And we know you've been trying to work on that issue. So I said to Joe, if I were you, I'd find another project to invest my time in. I said, those issues, from my perspective, are almost insurmountable. The only thing I've known in the 20 years I've been working with Joe and representing him is that he's not a guy who stops easily. And he said, well, we can work that out. I said, well, I'm not sure you can. Well, that's okay. Let's go to the next step. So what's the next step? At this point, then, we identified the ownership issue, the FEMA question. There was a gas line we had to locate on the property. And then Joe also noticed, he said, well, look, there's a lot of ball fields there, and I know recreation is really important to this area. And I wouldn't be able to move forward with a project there unless I could figure out what we're going to do there. And if we're going to impact those ball fields, is there a place we could replace them in the borough as part of this project? Because it doesn't make sense to take away an amenity if you can't replace it. And it's an important part of any community, and I think we all appreciate that. So those were some of the things that we looked at very, very early on. And I've been involved now with Joe for 15 months on this project, believe it or not. And he's spent probably six figures with his team trying to do the evaluations that put us in a position where we thought we could make a presentation to you folks that would make sense, to show you that not to present a plan that we say, approve the plan or write the zoning ordinance for us. That is not why we're here. We're here to ask you, and I'm going to close with this at the end, We're here to ask you to work with us and authorize your staff to work with us to see if it is possible. If you say to us at the end of tonight, we don't even want to think about Williamson's Park as a site for redevelopment, fine. We'll all go home and we'll pick something else to do. But if you let us move ahead and authorize us to work with your engineers, Mr. Schroeder, work with your solicitors to work on the land projects to see what we could do that's feasible, we can then get together with the Redevelopment Authority, the Toll Bridge Commission. Toll Bridge Commission knows we're here. I've talked to Joe Resta. He's waiting because everyone knows the borough is the key to the project. The next question Joe asked himself is, would retailers or developers come to Morrisville? They see the same things that I see if you don't come down here and take a good look. Joe met with local property owners. He met with local business people. One of the reasons he met with property owners who surrounded the site was because if you're going to develop a town center, what you hope is once you start the project, it expands and continues to grow and continues to redevelop an area. He got some enthusiastic responses from neighboring property owners. He met with national chains and regional retailers to see, would you come if we were able to do a town center concept? Would this be something that you would be interested in? Do you think your people, your company would support this? He's had support at that level. He's talked to a hotel chain. Hotel chain said, we've got corporate approval. We would locate on the corner of Bridge Street, right short of the bridge there on the project. And we didn't put their name on the presentation tonight, but we have that commitment. So this is not something that we're saying to you, encourage us to go out and look. Joe's already done that. He's done the legwork. We know that there's enough interest to make this project work if you are willing to work with us. We have a presentation to make tonight, and again, this is not a sketch plan presentation where you're asking you to bless the plan. It has components that you may or may not appreciate. There may be some educational work that we can do with you on some of these concepts to explain to you why they're important. We think that it's important when you do a new town center concept to try to develop it so that you're encouraging people to come to the borough, not just to visit, but to live. And to some extent, that involves trying to understand what drives the millennial generation when it comes to housing. What are they looking for? Are they looking for a small single-family home? Are they looking for a townhouse? Or are they looking for a modern apartment with amenities and socialization, a clubhouse as part of the complex, the exercise rooms? Those are the kinds of things that you need to look at when you determine what it is you're trying to accomplish. It's part of this comprehensive planning effort, and we may decide to show up at some of your planning meetings with Bucks County Planning Commission because I know they've seen these kinds of projects. I have one of my clients is doing a New Britain borough, much smaller borough than this, a redevelopment project on Butler Avenue, right outside of Doylestown, across from Delaware Valley College. We put apartments there. The first meeting we went to, everybody was up in arms. We don't want apartments. Eventually, we obtained approval from the borough with unanimous approval a year later for 140 apartments on 6 acres, believe it or not, with some retail that goes with it. It was a learning curve. So don't close your mind to any component part I'm asking you. Don't try to take this plan apart because that's not why we're here. We know we can't develop what we're going to show you under current zoning. We know we would have to work with you to rewrite the zoning ordinance. We know there's a lot of other aspects of this plan before we're even going to get that far. We estimate it'll take a minimum of 6 months to try to evaluate where we are on the land issues. I've talked to Randy Flager about that. We've got a lot of work to do there. What's the best way to do it? Probably working with the Redevelopment Authority, but that's something that your people would tell us. We know Kurt's working on the floodplain issue. We would be willing to work with him and perhaps even bring another consultant in with his blessing to see how fast we can, see if we can speed that process up and get that levee recertified so that the floodplain issue disappears. All those things are next steps, not tonight. I'd like to go into our PowerPoint presentation if I could. It'd probably only take you 10 minutes or so for us to take you through that. And I hope everybody can see it. The members of our development team.
Turn the lights down a little.
I don't know, I can't do anything with it because I'm not in charge. But the members of our development team are Pickering, Quartz, and Somerson. I already indicated Mark Havers. Mark is not going to be speaking tonight, but he's in the back. He's been involved since the very beginning. Dan Checco from Secura Wells Appel, a planning firm, has been involved with Mr. McGrath in the development of the concept plan that we're going to talk to you about. The architectural firm of Stanfield and Associates in Doylestown has taken those development concepts and given you some preliminary elevations. One of the things that is important, again, just to see the potential in some of the concepts that we think are feasible. And we have also, behind the scenes, I've been working with Eric Hetzel, a land planner whom I've used for many years in developing fiscal impact analyses. It's too early to get too far into that, but among other things, we'll do projections as we move along with the fiscal impact of a project like this, the number of school-aged children, the impact on the borough's budget, the impact on the school district's budget. All of those things are pieces, but all of those pieces will depend on getting started. So let's see if we can make this work for you as a concept to start with, and then I'll pass the microphone first over to Dan. And then we're going to have Mike Ketchum from Stanfield Associates give you some preliminary architectural information. And then I'll close this and we'll try to move it as quickly as we can. Thank you. What's that? Do we have?
The boards are in the back. It's not all of them.
That doesn't get any bigger, right?
I asked them. All right, it's going to be a little difficult. Thank you for having us, by the way.
Sure.
Much appreciated. Yeah, you can bring them.
We do have some boards. We could bring some easels up in the front. That might help a little. We might even need a little light to do that.
Yeah, if you want, why don't we pause for a minute and let you guys reposition some boards? And are we able to make whatever's on the monitors right now, are we able to make that full screen or no?
Also, do you have hard copies of this?
We do, actually. We're going to hand them out now. We have
okay.
enough for board members and
We were going to give you the hard copies at the end because people tend to look at the hard copy and not listen, but we'll give you the hard copies now because you can't see them.
I can see better the monitor with the light off.
Wow. There it is. Is that loading?
Right.
Oh, there's
Still get
three
it.
there. There's another one.
Sure.
It's like setting a light.
Could you also provide one to the zoning officer and one to the borough engineer who will raise his hand over there? He's in the front row there.
So as John mentioned, there's a very rich history here in Morrisville.
Excuse.
So as part of our
Yeah, can we
initial study to
get one more of those up here, please? For the mayor?
As part of our initial study to start developing the concept plan, we actually looked at the history of Morrisville, did quite a bit of site observation, site analysis, and some of these first slides will kind of show the things that were discovered during that process.
Are you guys able to make that full screen or no?
No, he said no.
Oh, you can't? Okay.
Well, if you can see that, the outline in red is the site that we're talking about. Okay, Matt's going to zoom in.
That's better.
That's great.
Thank you.
So this is an old map that dates back into the 1900s. And you can see back at this point in time that this Williamson property was actually an island. And there were the river split and separated the mainland from the island along Delmore. So this was really interesting to us. And we knew that there was a lot of mansions and other homes that were on that island, right on the Delaware River. The next slide next to it is just zoomed in a little bit closer so you can see the heavy dash line is basically Delmore Avenue, and that's where in this map, the water is actually flowing around the west side of the island, and the Delaware River is to the right. The next slide, then we really dove into, here's another slide that really illustrates, Matt, if you can zoom in a little bit on that. Here's a perspective view of the island back then. You can see the Trenton Makes Bridge coming over and the water separating the two land masses. And you can even see the homes on the island. We also are very familiar with the history of the Little League World Series team, the 1955 team, how important that is to Morrisville and the community. So we found a bunch of photographs and information on this team. And then we really, after we really appreciate, well, there's so much other history, rich history here too, but then we dove into the actual site analysis where we started looking at context. And on the next slide, you'll see, it's difficult to see, but this is zoomed out. You can see the site outlined in red, and it's the green, the dark green is the site, Williamson Park, and then the surrounding neighborhood. And you can see the dashed lines that radiate out from the center of the site are basically quarter-mile distances. So every dashed line is a quarter mile. You can see the Trenton Makes Bridge coming across the Delaware there. You can see the Calhoun Street Bridge. But you can also see the huge number of cultural, recreational, and also sports venues that are within a mile of this site. It's a fantastic location on the water. And then in different colors, I know you can't see the legend, but the legend depicts the railroad connections to major cities, New York, Philadelphia. It shows the zoning, basic zoning. So park areas are green. The kind of pinkish purple is the existing commercial retail, which, as you can see, kind of goes right into, kind of ends right at our site there. And then there's some industrial areas that are shown in that purple color. Also, the trails, the trails that connect the canal trails, it's just an ideal location for recreation and just living in a community where you can walk to a very walkable, pedestrian-friendly community with great connections to major cities. The next view is just zoomed in even closer, and you can see the site with the existing conditions right now, the baseball fields, the playground, the outdoor stage area. And you can see the Delaware River to the right there, and then the commercial zone where it comes right up to the west side of the park property. And then all the names of those surrounding roads are shown on there as well, and you can see the bridge as it crosses over the river into directly abutting our site. On the next slide, then we really walked the site quite a few times and kind of soaked in all of the attributes of the site. Of course, the levee is a major feature, and having the trail right there is a great connection to the neighborhood and surrounding towns and communities. Also, there's a major sycamore tree that we saw on the property that is on Delmore Avenue that is spectacular. It's a specimen tree, and that really dictated some of the concept plan design layout, what we did there. And let's see, we're also seeing the existing playground is kind of highlighted there, and the 1955, the baseball field that's very important, the World Series team. The canal, it's very difficult to see, but there's the green line depicts the canal, and there's a path and the trail, and there's a photograph related to that. I think I covered everything. There's existing photographs. Every one of those little arrows and bubbles depicts an existing photograph that shows what angle it's taken at. And that's the next slides are depict those different vantage points. So looking down Bridge Street, looking east and looking west, looking at the intersection of Delmore and Bridge Street. And then on the next slide, we're looking at Delmore and also some views in the actual park itself, looking toward the levee. So a lot of what we did was inspirational, and it kind of dictated the way the concept plan developed over time. Then Joe is very big on images and vision. He has got a very strong vision, and we communicate that a lot, not only by talking in meetings, but we do it by photographs. And what we did is we looked at 3 town centers that that really stood out to us as places where people want to be. They want to shop, they want to live, and they want to have recreation facilities there. And these are the 3 that we chose. There was Ardmore, Princeton, and what's the third one I can't. Palmer Square and Haddonfield. I should know that. That's where our office is. Anyway, these are some of the images that really struck us, and you'll notice some of the features of these towns that really make them special are outdoor seating, movable tables and chairs, benches, large tree pits for huge street trees that that can get their mature size and not be stifled. Special pavements, very wide streetscapes, umbrellas, color, different paving materials, lush landscape, and of course the architecture is very important. So that's what we were trying to communicate here, and Joe loves all this stuff, and so do we. So we took this as inspiration, and this is how we developed the concept plan with all the other information we gathered. So this is we're going to take a kind of a 10,000 square foot view of the concept plan, and we're going to zoom in closer and closer until we get to actual street views, like model views. So this is a bird's eye view of the site. You can see the site is a little bit colored in as opposed to the surrounding background, which is more black and white. You can see the bridges, the river, and the park, the ball fields. And then what we did was we dropped in the next slide. We dropped in a model of the proposed site, and we can get into the different components of that as we get in closer. But what you're basically seeing, Matt, if you could go a little closer on Bridge Street there, like when you come across. So there's a hotel, restaurant, as a gateway into Morrisville there, and then there's apartments on the south side of Bridge Street there, and then retail, commercial that kind of wrap around down Delmore with the parking field behind. So it's a traditional streetscape design. Parking is behind, all the businesses front on the street, and create a traditional streetscape. And then you can see further down or up toward the north there, there's the existing baseball field is in the center to remain, and then 2 brand new ball fields, and then an outdoor amphitheater that's kind of up against the levee facing the Trenton skyline. And then there's apartment buildings also on that north end. So that's at 10,000 feet, looking at.
Wait, hold on. He's doing his presentation.
Yeah, also south, here's another kind of zoomed out view and plan view as opposed to bird's eye, but you can see that everything highlighted in green is the trail connections. To the south is we're proposing that there be a connection from the dog park along the river, like a river walk that connects that neighborhood along the river to the apartment buildings on the south side of Bridge Street, which then connects through our proposed site and to the apartment buildings in the community on the north side. There's also two, you can see two green colored areas to the west that are proposed baseball fields to be developed as part of the overall plan. So if we move in a little closer, the next. So here you're zoomed in more and you start to see inserts of the two baseball fields. There's one is at the high school. It's basically renovating two existing fields and making a 90-foot baseball field and one 60-foot field, and then 4 brand new fields at the Manor property. And you can also see here that we're proposing 2 clock towers on one at a Veterans Memorial Park, which would be at the Trenton, or the Trenton Makes Bridge. When you cross over there, there'd be a park. Matt, if you pan over to the right a little bit, you'll see a green area there where that number 2 is. That was like an overlook where that clock tower would be for the Veterans Memorial. And then on the other one would be at the Calhoun Street Bridge. So then we get even closer. The next plan is really starting from the north and working south. So you can see a close-up of the apartment buildings, the parking lot. Parking lots for the recreational area, proposed basketball fields, the outdoor amphitheater you can see there in green. The existing field is grayed out, but that's to remain. And you can see that kind of a piece of the bank building there on the right bottom there. Next slide is kind of a continuation of this development. You can see the last baseball field on the far left, and then you can see the bank building, the urgent care, and then the string of retail, commercial, offices. One thing to notice here that's really important is that these are not gigantic, long buildings that are, long buildings. These are, a lot of them are broken. So there's, if you zoom in, Matt, you'll see there's pedestrian spaces between them, gathering spaces. So the architecture is broken there, and there's little alleys and parks and gathering spaces between. Also, we left a large walkway connection from one side of the parking lot to the other, so you can virtually walk from Bridge Street through the openings in those 2 buildings and go all the way across the site, past the grocery store, all the way to the park, uninterrupted without crossing through parking. So besides the streetscape, there's other ways to get through the site. And you can see when you go further south, is the apartment building on the corner, which kind of forms a gateway with the hotel building, the parking associated with that, and then further to the right would be the Riverview connection to the preserve and the dog park. So if there's the last piece. You can see the connection to the dog park, the preserve. So all walkable, connected, great views of the river. Just such an asset to have that in your town. So now these are some close-ups of the ball fields, the redeveloped ball fields. And then the next one is the brand new ball fields at Manor. And then now we're going to get into actual views, like model views, architecturals. The first view is on Bridge Street, looking west, so you can see the hotel and the outdoor seating area there, where the outdoor seating for the restaurant, hotel. You could see the street trees, the pedestrian lighting, the special paving, areas for bike racks and outdoor seating benches. Yes, this is from the bridge looking toward Delmore. The next view is looking toward the bridge. You can see the Trenton Makes Bridge in the background. This is pretty much from Delmore, not all the way down at the intersection, but you can see the seat wall on the corner that shows up in the plan. Street trees, bike racks, big large tree pits, and the restaurants in the background you can see toward the hotel, in front of the hotel. Next view is further down at the intersection. Oh, I forgot to mention the millstone, which is very important historically. So we thought it was important to save that and make it part of the plan. So we're showing that in this large seat wall planter at the intersection, where there's an outdoor kind of park plaza between the two buildings. And this is a view in the recreational area looking toward the levee. Way in the background, you can see the outdoor stage area where people are gathered, whether it's watching a movie or sitting for a concert event. And then there's the baseball field that's part of the new plan. And there's a large series of connecting walkways that weave in and out of the park and connect all the different recreational elements and to the town center and the rest of the community. I guess we're going to let Mike's.
Okay. I'd like just briefly to introduce Mike Ketchum from Stanfield Associates, who's going to explain some of the architectural concepts that you see. Again, these are concepts, but we've taken the concept plans that Dan's firm developed and asked Stanfield Associates to put to illustrate the type of architecture, again, that they think would be appropriate for this type of project. It won't take Mike very long, I don't think, but I'd like him to just tell you what some of the concepts were. Mike Ketchum.
Thank you, John. Again, my name is Mike Ketchum. I'm with Stanfield Associates, the architect of record for some of the images that you're going to see on these boards here. And I would encourage everyone, if you get the opportunity at the end, come up to the sort of the larger scale that's up front here. You'll get a little bit of a better sense of some of the ideas that we have, as some of them are a little more challenging up on the screen as we see them now. One thing I want to mention too, is it's been reiterated a couple times, these are concept views. We keep in mind, as far as detailing these buildings, and you can look at these and see certain elements of architecture that have evolved on the buildings, whether it be moldings or roof lines, trim work, even some of the streetscapes that you've seen in some of the previous imagery and as well here. These really are just visions. And certainly there's a lot more architecture that has to happen in order to make this real, but for the purposes of what we're talking about here, this is what our vision was for this area. And one thing I want to mention too, what makes it nice to work in an area like this, a town like Morrisville, this borough, there is a rich history here, and it certainly lends itself to introducing different styles. A town like this that's been around for as long as it has, it's evolved, no different than any other town that has a history like it. People have evolved, buildings have evolved, areas develop at different rates. So you see different styles and you see different architectural looks throughout the communities. And what we tried to do here was look at emphasizing that type of idea. What we did not want to create was a very singular, uniformly rigid style of design, or something that looked very similar throughout the different elements of the buildings. And with this view right here, you're looking again at the hotel that sits at the edge of Bridge Street. Orientation-wise, the river would be off to your right, and Delmore Avenue would be off to your left. Specifically to this building here, we thought that anchoring that corner of the site made a lot of sense. And having a building with a little bit of mass and a little bit of volume was appropriate. From there, we transitioned down, and some of the buildings that sit adjacent to that, a one-story restaurant, a one-story pub and tavern, and then on the end of the page, again, a little more challenging to see up on the screen, but again, more of smaller scale type architecture. In that instance, it's another restaurant. Scale is always important in a project like this, and one thing to keep in mind, if you could go back to that previous slide, one thing to keep in mind, even with the hotel and one of these structures that has a little bit more mass to it, there is an attempt at trying to scale down some of those buildings and some of the banding that you see across the facades, how roof lines get broken, where the barrel vault kind of projects up into the roof. Some of the applied moldings, which again, you may not be able to see very clearly here, but some of the elevations with some of the detail work in an effort to try and keep scale to the forefront of all the developments. Sorry, you can go to the second slide. This is a view, again, at the intersection of Bridge and Delmore, looking down Bridge Street. The bridge is off in the distance. The views that we just looked at would be off to your left. What's a little bit darker in that screen there is the hotel in the background, and then some of the storefronts that lead up to it. One of the things that Dan talked about a little bit, and it's a little bit evident here on this left side, again, keeping a pedestrian scale to the forefront of the design. You can see how there's still green space, there's wide sidewalks, street furniture, the cafe tables, trying to activate that and letting the architecture work along with that was something that we wanted to keep in mind. The buildings, again, of a certain scale, a certain distance off of the curb, undulations of the facades, all things that help try and activate those street sides. On the other side, we have one of the apartment buildings that's part of the project scope. And with this element, we took the opportunity to look at what we thought might be the clientele for that type of use and what kind of style might be appropriate for that type of building. So we took a little bit more of a modern approach on this one, something a little bit more contemporary, flatter roofs. We have balconies that project out off of the building. The volumes of those project up above the roof. And here we took the opportunity to look at a few different materials. You're looking at more sleeker lines, metal panel, stucco. You'll have windows that are of a different aesthetic that you might see in some of the other buildings as part of this development. There's some storefront glazing and difficult to see here, but even some window screening elements along the corner to help shield some of the sun going into the building. You can go to the next slide. So this view, basically, again, at the intersection of Bridge and Delmore, standing across the street, looking back towards the buildings. Again, the hotel off to the right-hand side. When we start to turn the corner here and go down Delmore is when we start to get into what really amounts to the main retail hub of the project. A series of individual storefronts in different buildings that were intended to look like they had been there and, again, evolved over time. You're going to see structures with different roof lines. You see hip roofs at the corner. You'll see turn gables working their way down. There's facades that have gable dormers and just a lot of different materials, again, to try and not create an image of a uniform building that was built all at once, even though this is going to be constructed all at once, but to show that each building has its own unique character and its own history applied to it. One thing that's nice in this view too, and again, something else that Dan talked about a little bit, at the corner there, right at Bridge and Delmore, you can see where that first building is pushed back off the corner a little bit. That allows for a nice green space and a nice pedestrian center. Whether you're working, it is a little difficult to see, I give you that. But the buildings are set off the corner and there's a green space there. And whether you work in the area and just want to have lunch, or if you just want to sit on a bench and read, it gives the opportunity to bring some green space out to the front. You can go to the next slide. So working our way down Delmore, further down, again, what I said before is the main retail area. This begins to show some of that architecture as well. And what we wanted to look at here was something that was somewhat reflective of a town with a long history and different styles and different scales. If you could zoom in a little bit on that. So as you work your way across, you'll see buildings that, as I said before, undulate, storefronts that sit proud of others. You'll see storefront glazing that introduces curved walls. You'll see split facades of different materials, stone veneer, brick, even the balustrade up on the roof, trying to introduce different looks and a different aesthetic for the retail line that works its way down Delmore Ave. At the end of, working way towards the end of Delmore, beyond the retail section, 2 standalone commercial buildings. One, the bank that sits there. Again, an opportunity as a standalone to introduce its own unique look. Flat roofs here, the banding, the stone base with different stone panel facades, the expansive windows, even the arch top, to introduce some different looks and some different architectural aesthetic. The other building that's next to that looks almost like it's a little more colonial in nature. The rhythm of the windows, the eave lines, the pediment over the entry door, even the stone base that wraps around the building. So again, another opportunity for some of the commercial elements to have their own unique look. At the end of the run on Delmore, again, there's going to be another complex of apartments. They'll be multi-story. We tried to look at these, again, more towards the user that we think might be interested in this type of use. The buildings are a little sleeker. The roof lines are a little flat with projections that extend out. The balconies are a little more linear, along with the railings. And with that, a complementary clubhouse. And again, this is a vision board at this point in time as programs develop, and if we're lucky enough to have this move forward, then this will evolve on its own as well. But in this, we thought an opportunity to complement some of the architectural styles in this area, which are a little more modern in nature with the glass, different textures of smooth panel, textured stone, roof lines. But again, could be fitness rooms, could be community rooms, could be a variety of different uses contained within, but for the residents within the apartments themselves. And that is
the
my
concept
last
for
slide.
the apartments, occupant owned or rental apartments? Or have you not even
No,
considered that
we
yet?
have. At the present time, these are rental apartments. Rentals will probably be in the 1,700 plus per month. That seems to be where the market is today. 20 years ago, people were buying condos. They're not today. You can't finance condos today. Apartments are where the housing market has gone. And we'll be able, I know there's a lot of people that don't believe that. And you can think about apartments that were built in the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s. That's not what's being built today. There are some good examples in Bucks County. And we'll try, if we have the opportunity to move forward. Again, you've got the control, ultimately, because you control the zoning ordinance. And this is not the zoning for this area. We all know that. So we have a convincing job to do. So we're not here to try to sell you on the plan. We are telling you that we think we can show you why this will work and why these apartments, among other things, are key to attracting young professionals to the community who are going to live here, who aren't just going to visit, but who are actually going to become permanent residents of the borough. Again, we're not asking you to approve the concept. It's an illustration. It is a concept. We hope that you've gotten a vision of what we think is possible here. That was really all we're trying to project. Spent a lot of time and effort to get there because we wanted to show you that we really think this will work. Joe McGrath would like to say a few words, and I've asked him to please make sure it's a few. If any of you have had conversation with him, you know that's a tough bill to fill, but I think Joe has a right. He spent 15 months of his life working on this, so I'd like to let him say a few words, okay?
Sure.
Thank you, and thanks, John. And I really want to thank my team. What a passionate group of, I call them 21st century civic design team. And these guys did a heck of a job. But I want to clarify one thing. I know Morrisville Borough very well. My family lived in Langhorne Borough since 1919. It's a 100-year anniversary for my family. And I had many, many friends from Morrisville, from Holy Trinity, and went to Bishop Aiken High School. And 44 years ago, I wouldn't believe I'd be standing here giving a talk about civic design. And I had played sports in high school and stuff like that, and great mentors in sports. But I had the best mentors in the world. I was a carpenter for years. I built houses, framed houses, trimmed houses in Lower Bucks County. That was my first career. And then one day, guy come in the office and buy land for him. And I met a guy in corporate real estate, 7-Eleven. I became head of real estate for 7-Eleven. I became head of real estate for Wawa department stores, Wawa food markets. Then I worked for May Department Stores, which was my best mentor ever, Lord & Taylor and Payless Shoes. That company paid me a lot of money. I studied every town from Cape May to Canada, okay? And they paid me quite a few $100,000 a year to study downtowns and civic design. My boss was the CEO of Woolworths, and my other boss was a national real estate manager for Foot Locker. But when I looked at all the challenges here in Morrisville Borough, and the reason I didn't come in for 9 months is I had to be able to be confident that I could assemble nine private owners, okay, reasonably comfortable, and then I had to design something that we could finance, and believe me, we've been through this with our finance people, and what we've given you tonight is really a plan that's designed to be able to be built and financed. It's not a real arbitrary plan, so it's well thought out. And listen, I want to thank everybody for being here, but appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Again, all we're asking you to consider, and I know this is not an action meeting, is to, if you're willing to allow us to move forward a little bit further and authorize your professionals to meet with us to talk about some of the challenges with the ground, if you're willing to consider a project like this, not this one perhaps, but a project like this, allow us the opportunity to continue to work with your staff to address the land issues, to see whether it's feasible, whether we could even get there. And also to work with Kurt and his team on the levee and the floodplain issues, do we see what kind of challenges we have there and whether we're going to achieve that. We have, and this is important, I know Mr. Mitchell was very adamant about not letting us meet and take staff time without getting money in the coffers. We signed a professional services agreement and posted $20,000 with the borough to defray those expenses about 2 or 3 months ago. And that agreement requires that we replenish it if we spend it. So we're not asking you to go into pocket to support our effort here. All we're asking you to do is tell us if you don't have any interest in even taking a look at what we've shown you here and seeing whether or not it's possible to realize this type of redevelopment, revitalization. Tell us now so we don't spend another $100,000 doing it. But if you're willing to let us move forward, please let us know, and I'm sure that Joe and our team can make you proud of a project like this if we find it is feasible. Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you. We asked them to stick around for a couple questions.
Do you want to talk first or take a break first so people can look at those boards, or?
Well, we were thinking we might take a 5-minute break to let people use the facilities, and or if you want to look at the boards up front, or you can even look through the presentation we saw. We'll make copies available for people to look through it. And then we'll reconvene and council can give their feedback.
Yeah, first, before we do public comment. Okay, so we will recess for 5 minutes.
And 5 minutes will probably become 10, but. If the developer makes it available to us online, we can put it online, but this thing is huge. And it takes forever for it to download. Yeah, we can make a copy available to you. Yeah. Just check with me before you leave and we'll give you a hard copy. Nowhere near close to any of that yet. Yeah. That's like what, if this were to survive this process, it would then have to go to our planning commission, and that's the kind of stuff they would, yeah. They might have some preliminary data, I don't know. You could probably ask either Mr. McGrath or the engineer who spoke, because maybe they've already done some, but I don't think so.
Got a 7-hour deposition tomorrow. Witness in Edmonton, me in Philly, defense counsel in Chicago. Can't wait to see the bill. Easily. What do we got? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 13, 14. Yeah, 44 minutes. No, 52 minutes. Minimum, if we hold them to 3. Alrighty.
I just got through working out.
Want to see?
If I could get everyone to take their seats. Could I get everyone to take their seats?
Folks, we want to get started again. Please take your seats. A very long meeting to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're reading now.
Mr. Van Leuven, can we ask for these signs to be taken down just so I can see and we can interact? Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. We're going to get back to our meeting. Our manager first would like to speak first, and then I'm going to go down through the council and ask any questions they want to make about the proposal, and I'll go by alphabetical order, which is how we vote. But first, Mr. Scott Mitchell would like to speak.
I just wanted to ask if there's an estimate for the cost of investment being made on the proposal? If you can even ballpark it at this point, I know it's early.
Ballpark is $100 million.
Ballpark is $100 million investment.
To implement that project, yeah.
Okay, and has anyone done an economic study to determine economic impact on?
Very roughly, because there are too many variables.
Make sure your mic is on, John. The council members can't hear you.
The answer to that is very roughly, as we've gone along, fiscal impact, very preliminary have been done in order to determine where the break-even points are and what has to happen in order to make it feasible. But there's a lot of fine points that would be developed that would have an impact too on the feasibility. The one thing that we do know, which I know is a potential concern from the standpoint of the impact on the school district, I know that's always an issue. These apartments do not generate school children. Well, there are a lot of studies. Our planner who does the fiscal impact analysis also uses the Rutgers model to develop the economic impact and the impact on the school districts. And this number of apartments would generate, even if they were all market rate, the 300 apartments would be estimated according to the Rutgers model to generate no more than 28 school children. And in practice, the Rutgers model usually tends to be high. So these are not the low-income walk-up 3-bedroom apartments that you see. These are one and 2-bedroom apartments. The majority are 1-bedroom apartments, and the majority. And there are case studies in Bucks County. We can support that for you. This is not a heavy impact on the school district, and the revenue side is very positive for the school district and for the borough on both sides. We can tell you that. I mean, I'm not going to stand here and tell you it's $300,000, $2 million. I mean, we're not that far yet. There are too many other things down the road that may make an impact. You may consider expanding the boundaries of your alerted district to provide incentives. That's something down the road. There's a lot of programs that we can look into that would help this project down the road. But again, that's next year or the year after. It's not tonight.
Okay, thanks. Well, don't go far because I suspect you're going to get some more questions from the dais.
I may not be the right one to answer it. But
Okay. Well, I guess we'll go alphabetical and ask who wants. Justin Bowers, do you have anything you'd like to start asking?
Sure. I guess my first question would be, if we were to move ahead with this, how would it affect our infrastructure? You're looking at 1,000 units of apartments. That's anywhere from
not 1,000, 300.
I thought it was 700 on the towers.
300.
300. So 300
total on both sides.
Yes. I'm sorry, my bad. Okay, so 300. So you're looking at 600 people up to maybe 700. That's roughly a tenth of our population. It's, a pretty big increase for one little area.
I think that's going to be a high number too, but Steve may know better than I what the numbers would be. But I know Mr. Ware has done a lot of this type of work, and I'm sure he'll be able to advise you going forward because he's been doing this almost as long as I have. So.
Well, I'd rather overestimate than underestimate to make my judgments.
I understand that, sure.
But
again, we'll be able to provide you with case studies because there have been, within the last 10 years, quite a few apartments built in Bucks County after about a 40-year drought where nothing was built. So now we're starting to get data. Municipalities that thought they didn't want apartments have asked for more once the first project got built. So it makes a big difference. It has an economic impact, and it doesn't have the impact on the population that you might anticipate.
Okay. I'll say I came into this with an open mind in the sense of let you have your presentation, listen to it. As you can see, there's a lot of people here, and I'm going to ask by a show of hands, who is in favor of this? That's actually much more than I was anticipating. And
conversely, who would be opposed?
Yeah, and who's opposed? Show of hands.
Show of hands.
And please keep your comments to yourself. I know it's an emotional time and you want to shout out. My next question is, who here is under 30? Under 30 years old. One key thing you said during your presentation that struck me is that millennials want to rent. I own a house. A lot of people in here own houses. That's what they did. And that's how our mind frame is to think that we need to own a house to be involved in the community. Up until 10 minutes ago when you said that. It was my thought. But I'm also thinking about the future of Morrisville. 20 years from now, 30 years from now, many of us may be gone. Some of their families may be here, but there was 2 people that raised their hand for being under 30. We're not bringing in young people. And I get part of that is we do bring in some young people, and I start the 5-year clock as soon as they have a baby. Once their child gets to school age, they tend to put up for sale and leave. I know a lot of my neighbors have. Based on the show of hands, I know because it's going to cost us relatively little, and only in the time that Scott would be answering questions for you guys and not doing work for the borough, you would be paying the engineer and solicitor. I'm okay with moving ahead with looking into more.
Okay, Eileen Dreisbach.
Hi. Thank you for coming and giving your presentation. I appreciate it. I'm one that doesn't like change. I've lived here my whole life, and I've lived in the same house my whole life. And I said the only way I'm leaving Morrisville is feet first. But things have been up and down recently, and I really like your concept for the retail. I think it looks beautiful, and it would look great in our community, and it would be a real shot in the arm for the community of Morrisville. But as far as the apartments, I know they probably are needed in order to fund a lot of the other retail and whatnot. But there are people that bought homes on Delmore Avenue, and I'm sure they don't want to look at a 7-story apartment complex across the street from their house. They bought by the river so they could see they can't see the river because of the dike, but they can see the park, they can see the skyscape from Trenton. And I think it's kind of overdoing it with the apartments, especially the amount. You have Franklin's property down here with Concerto Fusion and whatnot, and you want to put one on that corner. Maybe that would be good to have one just there, rather than having 3 of them on the north end of the park. But we do need a community park, which would be really nice behind the retail. I know you have to deal with the Bridge Commission for the property on Bridge Street, and you also are going to have to deal with residents on the north end of the park, and that may be difficult as well in order to build apartments there. As far as moving the ballparks down to the Cloverleaf property, I think that would be an excellent idea. It would have them all in one area. It wouldn't take up our park. And from what I understand, the Morrisville Little League is in favor of that as well. And that's just about all I have to say right now. But, I will support your concept as far as the retail and whatnot. I think it's excellent.
Okay, Corinne Chronicle.
Hi, I just had a quick question. I don't know if you are the one that can answer this, or if that would be a question for Mr. McGrath. Is this kind of an all or nothing thing? Is this, you need this certain amount of apartments to take care of the retail space? Because I know what a lot of people are concerned about is the fact that we do have a lot of empty storefronts in our actual already business districts, including an empty bank. So when you showed a bank building, I'm sure a lot of people thought to themselves, we already have an empty bank building. So okay. So my question is just that. Is this an all or nothing thing? Is this something that could ever be moved to our already existing business district, or is this it?
I think Joe will answer that,
Okay.
but he could answer that, but I think I can also answer it. We need to provide some synergy here, one use will feed off the other use and encourage the development. I think we need to create a center, and that's why we're calling this the Williamson Town Center. We need to create the center, and from the center, we hope that it will encourage additional development to radiate out from this and redevelopment of some of the other properties, revitalization of attracting new businesses, making existing businesses more profitable. And that's the idea of the town center concept, is that you create something in the middle from which it grows. The town center continues to expand, which I think is what I'm hearing when I was listening to the presentation regarding the comprehensive plan. You reach a catalyst to get this process started. Something's got to happen. Otherwise, we're going to talk about another comprehensive plan 10 more years, and you're going to have the same goals that you identified 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and nothing will have happened. It takes something major to stimulate a rebirth and a regrowth, revitalization of an older town. It needs to happen. It needs to be something big. It can't be some little pieces. They don't work.
Another piece of my question is not just in terms of the apartments versus the retail. It's also if something comes up with the actual properties, the actual land itself. If it turns out, for instance, for whatever reason, you can't develop on a portion of Bridge Street, let's say, going toward the Trenton Makes Bridge, will that kind of put the kibosh on everything? You can't do anything unless you have that.
Well, we can't really approach the Bridge Commission until we know that the park is a feasible piece of ground. Once it becomes feasible, then I think the Bridge Commission has, through its executive director, Mr. Resta, has at least told me we have an open mind. If the borough wants to redevelop, we think the Bridge Commission can work with you to help implement the concept.
Right, that's not actually my question. I mean, like, actually physically unable to do this. The ground, actually physically, you're not able to carry out any portion of this plan. I'm saying, would that make the entire thing collapse? Or, so Mr. McGrath is coming up. Sorry, this might be a question
If we can't do any part of the plan, and obviously the entire thing collapses, I'm not sure I understand what.
Let's say the south end of the park is a dump.
McGrath is stepping up to answer the question, so perhaps he can address that.
When I first came into the project, we looked at the existing corner of Pennsylvania Avenue and Bridge Street, okay? And it just did not have the assets or the amount of property to build a downtown, okay? All right? You have a railroad tracks that goes through the property next to the fireworks. And then the other property on the other side of the canal is like a triangle up to the canal, and you would assemble seven properties. And I did look at that at first, and then that wouldn't put the pulse, the spark that you need to, to really get something going in Morrisville Borough. So I looked at that many times. Okay.
Joe, is it fair to say, Joe, that from your perspective, Williamson's Park is the key?
Absolutely.
But I think the question is it all or nothing?
Right, that is my question. If some portion of this for something that is beyond our control.
Anyone's control, right?
If this hotel, restaurant, this area up to the bridge is not physically capable of handling this much construction, does the whole thing collapse, is my question.
Well, it is physical.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
We absolutely have to get
okay, that's my question.
We have a national hotel. I'm not afraid to say that. We
Okay.
are very interested in coming in. Okay. So,
Okay.
all right.
I'll save my questions. I know a lot of people have questions, so I'll just save my questions for another time. But I want to thank you both for coming. Thank you.
Okay, Daniel Larson.
Have you, in doing, I mean, it's a beautiful presentation. Have you done anything as far as a traffic study? That's a lot of structures, a lot of apartments. That would mean a lot of traffic. And we have homeowners that live on Delmore Avenue who already have the issue with traffic. So if there's an issue on Bridge Street, people are taking Delmore. So we have those residents right there on Delmore Avenue that own their homes that are going to be affected by this. Has a traffic study as to the large amount of this model will affect them?
The answer is no. The answer is no traffic study has been done yet. Our feeling was, frankly, it was premature. If there wasn't enough interest to move forward. We have, Mr. McGrath and I have contacted a transportation engineering firm. We're prepared to move ahead with traffic studies once we get to the point that we know we have a plan. But traffic is always important.
Yeah. We did some research on the properties across the street from Union Street down to Bridge Street, and majority of them are rentals. Okay, across from Union Avenue down to Bridge Street is a lot of rentals. But right, yeah, I know, but I'm sorry, but the traffic. Traffic, we found in a town like this. We've done studies in other towns, and slow moving traffic is consistent with a downtown project like this. We know there's going to be slow moving traffic through town for the retailers. Okay.
We have a traffic engineer prepared to move forward. That's the short answer to your question. But no, our view was it was too preliminary to spend $40,000 or $50,000 for a traffic study at this point.
Okay. My other concern, I mean, I love the idea. I think it's great. I think it's something that Morrisville needs is the development. My concern is the park. That's where you had the one set of apartments. That's our whole entire park. And that's all we really have is that spot of land for our kids and for them to do anything there. I like Ms. Streisbach. I like the apartment building closer to the bridge. I think that looks beautiful. But then to have the residents that live on Delmore, that's what they're looking just at that apartment complex with the community center and everything, that's not why they purchased their home. They don't want to look at an apartment complex. They want to look at the park, which, don't get me wrong, I think the concept is beautiful. I like the urgent care because I know I've gone to urgent care with my kids a lot. I think that's a great idea. I love the fact that, you have a grocery store. I don't know what type of grocery store it may be.
Well, no leases have been signed, I can assure you.
So I'm not going to, Aldi maybe, Trader Joe's. That would be nice. But I like the idea of all the businesses along the front, which are nice for the residents. They can walk across the street, go grab a bite to eat. My concern is the size of the apartment complex blocking. I know I wouldn't want to look. I want to look at my house. I see my neighbors across the street, but I have my house on my street. The neighbors that are on Delmore, when they purchased it, maybe they purchased it because they have that view of the park. I don't know. I wasn't there when they purchased it. But my concern is the size of the apartment complex towards the north end.
Okay.
It's my opinion. I think it's a great idea. I'm happy that it's finally brought before us, but that's just one of my concerns.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for coming out.
Mr. Ney?
Likewise, thanks for coming out. Our little impromptu poll earlier forgot a group of people. We did those that are in favor, those who are not in favor. How many undecideds do we have by show of hand? Okay. People haven't made up their mind yet? Okay. The financial component of this, when we talk about ratables and tax revenue and things like that, what could Morrisville look to gain if we did move forward with something like this?
Well, obviously, the impact is positive. The thing that usually drives projects into the negative is the impact on a school district. New construction, obviously, is a positive benefit, and it's a rateable. Bringing new people in who spend more money, that's a positive impact if you attract new people. If you take away the apartment project, the component entirely, obviously the impact changes dramatically because there's a lot of value, a lot of assessed value in that apartment project. So any fiscal impact analysis that we would generate you have to give us what the assumptions that we're to make in order to show you what the impact is. I think Steve, I know, could take a look at whatever Eric Hetzel would generate for you and say, I agree, this is the model, this is the best you're going to do, at least at this point in time. And we can do that. You can make all sorts of assumptions, and the numbers they plug in, and here's the scenario for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Give us the variables, and we can show you what the impact is. I think that's the best I can say it tonight.
So that would be something that would happen as you progress forward with this concept.
Do you agree with that, though, Steve? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Is there any scenario, as far as the park property itself, would our park then change hands to you or the development group? We would no longer own that property?
Well, the concept would be, to some extent, it would have to be that way, I think. Preliminary conversations that I've had with the Redevelopment Authority, with your solicitor, and my own personal opinion is that in order to enable the project to move forward, the more likely alternative is that the Redevelopment Authority will need to acquire the properties, and ultimately, for example, the park, the centerpiece, the ball fields, that sort of thing, would be reconveyed back to the borough, but we would have to carve out pieces of this project because they would need to be separately financed. For example, the Bridge Commission, just to give you an example, the Bridge Commission properties are relatively shallow. The buildings that we showed fronting on Bridge Street actually extend over that back property line. They're very narrow properties. You really couldn't develop a feasible retail on the Bridge Commission property. You have to use part of the Bridge Commission property, part of the borough property. So unless those combined at some point into one entity and then re-subdivided, it's not going to be feasible to implement the concept. So we envision working through the Redevelopment Authority to get to that point. Then the parkland would be reconveyed to the borough. The other land would have to remain in some private ownership in order to be financeable.
So just to summarize, we would turn the park property over to the RDA, who would in turn turn that property over to you or sell it to you?
Subject to a detailed agreement, so you know what you were getting back. And yeah, but that's the current concept. I've talked about that with the solicitor at the RDA. Preliminarily, I've talked about it with Randy. We think that that's probably the only feasible way that it's going to work.
Are there any property tax concessions being asked for these new developments, either the apartments or the retail?
At this point, we haven't assumed anything, but we have talked again preliminarily internally and with the RDA about the possibility of redrawing your LERTA boundary lines, but that's a negotiated issue, as we know. But that's down the road. Okay. You also have there's lots of programs out there, and which ones make sense? That depends. I mean, obviously, if you stimulate the program by putting it in a LERTA district and enabling a little tax break, it makes it a little easier to get the development off the ground. There's no question about that. It makes a difference. It's a trade-off when we know that.
And lastly, I know someone had emailed me this question. We had talked a lot about ballparks. Is there any chance for a new football field?
Well, let's start with the fact that this was only a concept. Okay. I mean, the ground on which those parks show is controlled by the borough. So you don't want baseball fields on it, and you want something else on it, that's your prerogative.
Okay.
Well, that's good to know. That's why I'm saying this is a concept. It's your ground right now. We can't tell you what you have to put on it. All we can give you is an idea of what is possible. And we made sure that what we showed you, as Mr. McGrath said, was a project that is financially viable. That's the important thing. Whatever it is, whether it's scaled down or expanded, it has to be financially viable. It doesn't work for you to have a developer come through here, promise you a lot of things, start the project, and get halfway finished and can't finance it because he hasn't been able to lease it, because he doesn't have tenants. That's the worst thing that can happen. So it's our job and your job to make sure that that doesn't happen. We all need to make sure that this project will work so that we don't have a bust and you have something half finished sitting there for the next 10 years. That's the worst thing.
Mm-hmm. So if we were to move ahead with the next phase, how far along or how long would it take before we knew the financial impact to the borough, because we're going to be looking at, increased police services, fire, EMS.
Those costs are all figured into fiscal impact analyses, and all those numbers are things that you'll see. Those are readily available.
Okay.
I think the important thing, Mr. Ney, is that we really envision that it's going to probably take 6 months to get our arms around the issues with the real estate, to see whether or not this thing even is viable, whether there's a path that could make it happen.
Right.
Those are keys. We're not going to be back here in 2 months telling you here's the fiscal impact, because we don't know whether it's doable yet.
Right.
We need time to do that.
Right. Well, I think I would be supportive of you at least taking the next step on this path. So thank you for your time.
You're very welcome.
Okay. Mr. Parker.
Thanks for coming out. I'm kind of torn. I mean, I know this town needs something to kickstart it, and this could be it. There are a lot of people who have invested a lot of time in other projects in town, like the brewery, the distillery. Hopefully we can get the Stockham building going, get something done with that. There's a lot of pride in the town. My fear is that public open space, once taken away, even if you move it away, is something that you never get back. And that's my fear, is that what we have left is not really going to be usable, or it'll be used mainly by those people down, who would move into the apartments. Though I can say, having worked in Jersey City for almost 13 years, and I know everybody hates hearing me compare that, but I started working there and the town was really bad. The city was really bad. It was one of the worst cities in New Jersey. It has seen a major turnaround, and it's taken 1 or 2 projects to start that. Its downtown is now one of the most sought out properties in the country. It has the largest number of construction projects going on it presently in the country. I can attest to the rental thing being a real thing. We say millennials, but millennials are getting older and they're moving on, but the next generation behind them is doing the same thing. They're fearful of home ownership. Most projects throughout the country that are this type of project do include some kind of residential space, and it's not just apartments above stores, it's something to support it. So I understand the need for it. I also understand I have some trepidations about it, and so do some of the community. I guess my question is, I know why you need the apartments, but is there can any thought be given to maybe changing that part of the whole overall project? Maybe not necessarily losing the number of units, but possibly reworking that. Is that something that you could consider, or is that it's got to be that way or no way?
We're not far enough along that we can say it's got to be this way or no way, because we haven't studied all the alternatives. But we think we need them, but I mean,
in the present form, or could they be modified? Maybe making them not as tall, maybe not.
I can't answer that, but we can take a look at it. We're here to get feedback.
My feedback would be that I want to leave an open mind. I mean, we're not making a decision now. We're not making a decision next month. I want to hear a little bit more about it, but my major concern is the loss of open space. I know we're gaining some of it south of there, but it's not really going to be just for the public. It's going to be, again, kind of designated for a particular use. And, if we're going to lose that much of the park, we have to consider that.
Yeah. When I looked at the location for the apartments, I actually went out and walked it many times, and I made sure that there's one house that's built really high up across from the 4 houses at the end of the park. Okay, our apartments don't start until after that. So the houses that are on the ground at Delmar Avenue is where the apartments will be looking at. So they don't have a view now, okay, on those houses on Delmar Avenue across from the apartments, okay? And we also looked at the phase. We consider, when we study a town, we really looked at the Morrisville Reserve as like a key point in phase one. From there up to the Calhoun Street Bridge. Phase two, we looked at all the way down to the water tower, up until the Manor Park School and out to Pennsylvania Avenue. So that's where we could incorporate, like a civic design along the railroad track, a walkway, connect the 5 fields. So that's an area where we see opportunity for Green 2 to work with the town. Okay, thanks.
I guess follow-up question to that would be that particular area. I know I hear that part of the park was a dump at one time. I'm relatively new to Morrisville. I've only been here 13 years, so I don't know the whole history. I love learning as much as I can about it. I know there's been, like many places, there's dumps all over the place. But that particular land, what would you have to do to make it be able to support those kind of structures?
We do major geotech studies. We do major geotech studies, and that's on our checklist.
So that would be next?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, we do the geotech. And we have a little history on some other projects built up along the river. So,
okay.
And we actually have some history on the levee too. So,
okay.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. And that's it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, next is me. Yeah, it's a beautiful plan. It really is. I said it earlier, I'm one of the first ones to say it. I've been in Morrisville 26 years now. And for me, something needs to happen downtown. It really does. We can't continue going on without help in our tax rateables. We are going to need, especially if you do any kind of development, we are going to need a bigger police department. You are going to need more public works.
Absolutely.
But you'd have the revenue to also pay for it. One of the things I had mentioned with our manager about anything that we're doing, any development, whether it's a park, anything like this, I would hope that cameras would be included in any new developments, because that's also one of those things that we definitely would need. I think every new development puts those in. You need them today to also help that out. For me, it is a big deal to have those buildings, apartments on the north end that I wasn't expecting, that are, 7 stories, I think they are, 6, 7 stories? Mm-hmm. I look at the density of that and how many units for that area and for what Morrisville has as a whole. And I get it. I've been also watching other towns, small municipalities, boroughs that are reinventing themselves and doing these whole town centers. And it does give a boost to their town. So I think there's positive things to it. I like the retail. I'm having a little bit issue, like Mr. Parker, with those 7-story buildings down there. The other one, like I said, is the impact of the fields. I thought it was a nice plan as far as like baseball could get a brand new complex with new amenities, which I just walked today. I walked the canal, I walked the levee, I walked through the park. Their infrastructure also is getting old, and it gets used a lot. So that could be a positive for them. If, I don't know any developer that would have offered something like that. But we wouldn't have done it without it. You can't give up on without having something else. My biggest issue is going to be those apartments. It really is. As far as the retail end of it, down on Bridge Street, as far as putting a hotel down there, as far as the extra businesses underneath, I think that's a good boost. When we were at the Planning Commission meeting last night, you have other businesses that are starting right in town that have businesses that are paying attention to, they want to use that tool we just put in, that alerter program. They want to be a part of being that next business that's going to improve. Yep. They gave a beautiful rendition of what they would like to propose. It's very similar to some of these buildings I'm seeing you show. It stays within the aesthetics of the design of the town, like similar to the Staka building, which was an original building. For me, I think anything we can do that can kickstart our downtown is also going to pull the other businesses to want to do the same. We're seeing it already. I mean, our managers had different people come in through the year to just talk and ask about it. Some people are excited about the LERTA program, and we're hoping they take advantage of it. We have to start somewhere. I think I'd like to know more about all of it. I'm not on board with all of this. I'm just going to tell you flat out. I do like a lot of it. I got an issue with something has to change with the apartments. I'm not big on them, and I get that that is the trend. That is where a lot of your retired folks, when they downsize, especially if you're given a riverfront apartment, that is a big deal. And you got the same thing. You've got your professionals, millenniums. We are in a transportation hub. You think about all the train stations that are near us, the major roads that we have that you can get in and out of any city. We're it. We're that hub, and I think we need to capitalize on that. I've always said we have how many cars coming through town a day, but you have to give them a reason to stop. What are they going to stop? Seriously. So I think a lot of it is really good, but for me, I'd like a little more information on. I'm not on board with all of it. Let's just say that. I'd be willing to hear more on something if something can be reconfigured, will work a little bit better. I'd rather know that. And until you would secure or see that you could even feasibly do it, we don't even know yet.
That's right.
It may not fly. You'd have to get those parcels. You'd have to get the Bridge Commission to buy into it. There's a lot to do. This isn't an easy area. There's a lot of parcels, and you're sacrificing a chunk of the park in order to do that. You may be transferring fields over and giving a nice baseball complex, and that's cool. But you're also losing then a certain part of the park.
And we understand that, and we know that's an important.
Is it? I hope the battery didn't go dead.
I think it's still there. All right. I think the thing that all of you, each of you, needs to ask yourself, in addition, I mean, we understand, we expected to have the kinds of comments that we're getting. Mm-hmm. I think what you need to ask yourself is whether or not there's another location. Joe's investigated all of them. Mm-hmm. I think he's convinced, and he's got a lot of experience, that this is the right place to start from if it's feasible. Given the location, you're not going to find a property that offers more, I think, more potential than this area. You also don't have another property that has this mass to it that gives us the ability to work out the component pieces that we think we need in order to provide that mixed-use development, which is what is the key to feasibility in these downtown projects, the center city projects, the center of the borough projects, as you will here. Mm-hmm. So I think if you agree with us that it makes sense and we can find a way to do it, hopefully we can either educate you or convince you that we're right, that these components work, or we find a way to work around it. We won't quit tomorrow just because we're hearing the first level of criticism.
Mm-hmm. With the businesses that are downtown, I think I looked real quick. They're mainly one stories, correct, right on Bridge Street. So there's not a mixed use on top of any of those, correct? That I know of.
I don't think so.
Like similar to our other businesses.
No, I think there's a potential for second floor use, but professional office.
Yeah, we try to, in the civic design plan, on the second floor, we try to use our creativity and have like nutritionists, mm-hmm. okay, counseling, some things like that, yoga studios. And
so businesses, not residential.
We try to promote health, whatever we can do, health. I don't care about getting a young nutritionist, we'll put them on the second floor with mm-hmm. a yoga place, and that mm-hmm. we try to inspire that kind of stuff. Okay.
Because a lot of our businesses downtown are already with that mixed use, and that'll be incorporated in the changes in our zoning. So they will be able to still have those apartments above them, and retail would be then on the bottom. So I wasn't sure if you were looking at any of that as far as to help with the housing end of it compared to apartments?
They don't do a lot for housing. You can't get that many units up there, and they're not. They don't really make a significant difference in the economic impact. You're better off using the space if you can find a user, a more commercial user. Okay. Although certainly there are apartments upstairs in most of the existing boroughs we have in Bucks County, the older buildings anyway. But that's all they're suited for. They weren't built to house commercial buildings. They don't meet code. You can't convert them easily. There's a lot of challenges when you're dealing with existing buildings that haven't been converted before.
The other thing you had mentioned was you do know that we are in the process of the accreditation for the levy.
I do know that.
And it's been a process. We are in the process now with our engineer of working on that. It's really important because it affects the flooding.
Yeah.
And it wasn't the levee that did it, but it was backdoored by the canal. And all that is being worked on with the DCNR and our engineers. So
we know that, yes.
So as far as impacting what you're doing down there, is that something that's going to have to also wait for this accreditation because it's still considered a floodplain?
Absolutely,
to build,
it is. Right now, you couldn't finance construction on this park because it's underwater, according to FEMA. I mean, and I don't think you want to build everything up on 10 feet above where it needs to be.
No, we're not
That's not the look you'd like to see, nor is it the look anybody would want to develop. It'd be elevating your restaurant 10 feet up in the air doesn't make a lot of sense.
Right. So that's a key component.
That's why I said that is that's a non-starter if that doesn't work. If they can't find a way to deal with Williamson's Park and the old leases and the trust agreements and all that other stuff, that's a second non-starter.
Okay. Because I know for us, one of the things that will help when we do get that accreditation is we got a lot of homes that are down there that, since it was put into that floodplain, they may have never flooded in some of those homes, but they got to pay high insurance, real high insurance.
I understand.
So that's an impact for us as to why we're working so hard for that also to help with the borough, besides doing any kind of development. I would move forward with you bringing more information for us. I think there's a lot to be involved as far as the impact on traffic. I'm not crazy about the size of those buildings. I think you're going to have to convince me on some of those. As far as the retail itself, yes, I would definitely be on board with doing something with that. I just don't know how the whole plan would work down the roads, but I'd be willing to hear more from you. And I do thank you for all the work you've put into it and that you've come out to do this presentation.
You can thank Joe for that. He's had the energy.
I have one more question.
Oh, I'm sorry, then I'll bounce
If I
back
could
to
just
Mike.
ask one more question, I'm sorry. Oh, go ahead. I'm
Okay, we'll let Mike finish and then we'll bounce back. Sorry, Mike.
I forgot about you.
So going last, I get the privilege of not having to reiterate what everyone else said. I'll just say a lot of what I heard here tonight I agree with. I will say that, Joe, you and your team are architectural mad scientists. This is insane. I like most of what I saw. I have to reiterate what I've heard others say, but I'm going to say it a different way. I do not want to see our park turn into the grounds of an apartment complex. It shouldn't be a situation where that park turns into a place for just a handful of people that live in an apartment complex use. This is for the town. Now, that said, we are in the process of building out Patriots Park, so we are adding parkland to the town as well, which is fantastic. And that's a good thing, right? But I definitely have some concerns with the drain on this town that many apartments will put on. If you're telling me that they're 1 and 2 bedrooms, I still have a concern. Those 2 bedrooms are going to have kids in them. If you're telling me that it's 1 bedrooms and studio apartments, that may be a different story. You're not going to have families living in a studio apartment. So there is a difference of opinion for me there. At the same time, I have to say, I represent the 4th Ward. The 4th Ward has a lot of apartments. Very fine people live in those apartments, but I'm going to tell you, those apartments aren't what they were. So at some point, not right now, I'm sure these are going to be gorgeous. You're a mad scientist, Joe. They're going to be gorgeous. I'm sure of it. But at some point, they're not. And that's what we have to also look at. What are we leaving for the next folks to have to clean up and deal with? Because once they're apartments, they're always going to be apartments. I don't dislike the folks that live in the apartments in the 4th Ward at all. However, they're still apartments, and they'll never be anything but apartments. We have a ton of opportunity, and I'll even point out the Canal apartments. I think they're in the 2nd Ward, right? Third Ward. I mean, they're right on the canal. They were wonderful at one point. Now the dumpster dumps a lot of trash into the canal. So we also have to consider those things. I am a proponent of development for this town. We need it. We have to have it. Others have made the point of the revenue that it will generate. We have people that are sitting on this dais right now that have advocated for an EIT. We have employees that are advocating for an EIT. In reality, if we don't do something, and we don't do it within the next couple of years, money is going to be taken out of our paychecks as residents of this town to afford the escalating cost of running it. So we have to do something. Is this the right project? I want to find that out. So I really think we need to look at this closer. We need to continue this work. I'm very impressed with what you guys brought. Even though I don't like all of it, I'm extremely impressed with it. It's an amazing idea. It's an amazing plan. I'd like to see it get off the ground personally, but we need to know more about it. Thank you.
My one other question was, let's say you have, you know that you can build on the property. You've done the title search. You've done that 6 months of research and made sure that you did all the studies that you needed to do. From that time where you've gotten all the approvals to move forward, from there on out, how long would this project take?
The entire build out?
The build out of the park. How long, about, I know you can't give me an exact, but about.
5 years.
Good Nose took us 14 months.
Yeah, but that's only a small piece. Yeah.
Good Nose took 14 months?
The commercial piece could be done in a reasonably short period of time. Obviously, the apartment project, the apartment complex, that's a little bit different component. That's a longer term. Obviously, you don't start those buildings until you know you have prospective tenants. So the build out, if you did a multi-building residential complex, you're going to build one building at a time, probably, unless you've got 50 or 100 people already signed up on it. So that hasn't been really contemplated yet. My view is you're probably 4 or 5 year build out for the entire project, but the retail component could come out much faster, as Joe indicated.
Thank you.
That's an interesting point, because I asked, if you remember, Bob White from the RDA a few months ago how long it took Bristol Borough to get to where they are, and I think he said 20 to 25 years. So this is quite a difference.
Well, Mr. McGrath won't be here, and I won't be here if it's 20 to 25 years.
Thank you for taking the time, and Joe, you did a great job with your architects, did a fantastic job with this. I mean, I really appreciate you coming out. Thank you to the residents who came out and took time out of their night to come and hear this out. Just thank you. I appreciate it.
You're lucky to have a man who's got the stick-to-itness that Joe has. I represent a lot of developers who took a look at something like this and they would walk away. It's too long. Takes too many. There's too many moving parts. He's willing to make that investment. If you work with him, I think we can come out with something that's really going to make the borough proud and advance your objectives. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Sure. Before you leave, I have a couple comments.
Well, Mike wants to go first. He's got an extra.
Mine is real quick. I'm sorry. So in talking to residents that had met with some of you folks before we got the presentation and knew exactly what was going on, was there ever any conversation about eminent domain?
We haven't had any.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Justin, you have something else?
Yeah, I just had a couple comments since I went first. I didn't get to, I got thrown in the spot a little bit, but in looking at the plan, I would just like to see more green space. Looking at the plan, you have the 3 baseball fields and a little area for the amphitheater. In reality, if you put 3 fields there, they're going to be fenced around and they're not going to be really accessible to the public, and the public is left with that one little area. I'd like to see a larger area left. Also, looking at the plan, when you look at it, you get sticker shock from the parking lots. Just there's the size of them, and we had all the nice green area, and it's gone. So I'd like to figure out a different way, maybe to reconfigure, or if you guys have a whole staff that can look into that.
Well, you're right, but as you know, I mean, one way you generate more green space is to build up. You build out, you spread out, and you lose green space. So there are always trade-offs, and that's part of the difficulty of this kind of development. You have to look at the trade-offs and see what you're getting and what you're losing, and that's the way it works. I mean, we're not starting with a farm here where we can draw pretty pictures. We're starting with an existing community. You're starting with an infrastructure that surrounds this property. There's only so much you can do. And we can't, just take the next field and say, okay, that 20 acres is going to be green space.
But if I didn't ask you, then you would never know that that's what I was looking for.
Everybody, green space is important. I think everybody knows that. I mean, nobody wants to live, unless you're in the middle of an existing city where you don't have the expectation of green space. Everybody wants it. And we appreciate that. But there are trade-offs. I mean,
and my final comment would be, I would like to see, if we decide to move ahead, like I said, I echo everybody's comments on the apartments. They're the most questionable thing that we have. I like the business ideas, but I'd also like to see the acreage of what we're going from a park with what we have for green space versus what the new plan incorporates in multiple locations. And I don't want to count the school that you have in there because they already have that.
Believe me, we've already done that internally to see what we can provide those answers. That won't take much time. We've already done preliminary studies to figure out, anticipating that would be one of the earlier questions that people would ask. So we'll be able to give you that kind of information.
Okay. If the council doesn't have any more questions, since we still have the Bucks County Planning Commission here, Jeff, if you have any questions, the Redevelopment Authority. Is someone there? Is Jeff? Sorry, Jeff. Oh, there we go. I'm sorry. Do you have something you'd like to weigh in?
I don't have any questions, but I would express that on behalf of the Redevelopment Authority and the board.
Can you break your microphone up?
We support any effort Morrisville Borough wants to pursue to revitalize, reinvest in the borough. I think that's demonstrated through the past work we've done over the past couple of months with the LERTA program, the Blight program, so on and so forth. In terms of this concept plan, it's beautiful. Obviously, there's some things that need to be worked out, and I think we're willing and able to bring our abilities to make this project happen, so long as I think council's on board with it. So.
Okay. All right.
You want to
Thank you.
Mike from the Bucks County Redevelopment?
Yeah, I don't know, Mike, do you have anything, since you've seen this, do you have anything you'd like to weigh in while you're here? If not.
Thank goodness you stayed.
Yeah, the only thing I'll say is that certainly we've had a long history. I'm sorry. Sorry again. We've had a history of working with Morrisville Borough, over the years, and certainly we would be willing to offer some assistance in guiding you through this process should council want to move in this direction. Certainly we can do courtesy reviews as we've done. We did with the ordinance and the project on Bridge Street. Just let us know how we could assist, and we'll see what we can see how we can work with the borough.
Okay,
So.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, do you have anything, Mr. Mitchell? Everybody's done? Okay. At this point, we're going to open public comment.
Can I take it?
What?
Yeah, I have to get it.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay. I think we can
You just
still.
want to make sure that the public is aware, because there are a lot of new faces that if they wanted to comment, they were supposed to sign up. So I don't know if everyone was aware of that. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Is there anyone that didn't sign up? Are you from our borough?
Where do you sign up?
Right here. By the way, if anybody's here tonight that didn't get a good view of the design that was presented, the developer has provided it to us in a PDF, so we will attempt to get it on the borough's website before the end of the week. So if you want to take a closer look, you're welcome to do so.
Stop at midnight.
I gotta go to work tomorrow. You're sleeping down there, Mike.
Seven-hour position.
Okay, all right, thanks. All right. Okay. We're ready to begin with public, excuse me, thank you. We're ready to begin with the public comment section of the meeting at this time. I will remind everyone, I'm sorry. Shh. Thank you. Remind everyone there is a 3-minute time frame on this because there's a lot of people on our list. Okay, so I'll call you up. Ms. Larson will be timing you. She will raise her hand, let you know you're at the 1-minute time frame left so that you have an idea, since we don't have a little card to put up here, and let you know. Peg Mongillo. Hi. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
All right, Peg Mongillo. I'm Stockham Avenue. I am a Morrisville homeowner and also the chair of the Morrisville Environmental Advisory Council. I'm here to make a statement on behalf of the MEAC as our position on this, what we saw so far. Okay, the MEAC was put in place in 1997 to advise the borough council and borough manager on environmental issues and developments which would greatly impact the environmental health of Morrisville Borough. We have studied the development plans put forth before the council for the redevelopment of Williamson Park and other areas in the borough. We've discussed the impact this development could have on the healthy environment. We've agreed that we will not support any redevelopment plans for Williamson Park other than those for the improvement of passive and recreational activities. The enormity of the environmental footprint that this development will create could greatly affect the quality of the air and water in the borough. The increase in non-permeable landscape will undoubtedly shift runoff and likely increase the property flooding in surrounding neighborhoods. At a time when the value of preserving open space is recognized on both federal and local levels, to even toy with the idea of removing some of our last remaining open space is absurd, especially when evidence has shown time and again that the health of a waterway is frequently affected by the quality of a riparian zone. Reducing the greenway of this already depleted riparian zone any further would undoubtedly affect the amount of pollutants that run off into the Delaware River. This will set us up to contradict current and future DEP stormwater management guidelines that have heavily required runoff reductions across Bucks County. Getting my glasses. Okay, recent national studies on the effects of landscape on native biodiversity points to the fact that mosaics of small green spaces that persist in the United States are just as effective as major forested areas in propagating populations of birds, invertebrates, reptiles, etc., when considered as parts of a non-continuous whole. If we lose this patch of natural land, it leaves only Greystone Woods, the Riverside Preserve, and the newly formed Patriots Park as the last remaining open space in Morrisville that could be used not only for recreation, but to promote the continued prosperity of our native wildlife. The State Environmental Policy Act, SEPA, Chapter 43.21C, RCW, requires all governmental agency to consider the environmental impacts of a proposal before making decisions. The MEAC strongly advises the council to follow the SEPA to the full extent if considering the development proposal by McGrath Construction.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Mary Herenda. State your name and address for the record, please.
I'm Mary Hrenda, and I live at 343 Crown Street. I am opposed to this project. I think that we are taking our riverfront, which is something that we couldn't get back if it was developed. It's an important part of our ambiance of our town. It is part of what makes it attractive. People have moved next to the park because they like being next to the park. And if this proposal goes through, we will not have a park. We will not have green space. We will not have that restful, pleasant area of our town. Instead, we're going to have an apartment complex and a mini mall. We need, as I accept that and I agree that we need development in Morrisville, but not there, not on our riverfront. We have places that are blighted in our community, such as, I don't know if I hate to insult, a property, but the southeast corner of Pennsylvania Avenue and Bridge Street, where there's the convenience store, and that could be a much better business, a much more higher quality business, a much more attractive business than what's there. We have a beautiful bank building. We could put a bank in there. We don't need a new bank building. And I think what we need to keep this green space on our riverfront because we will not get it back. This is a place where we have community events. We have the Labor Day picnic. We have the jazz concert. We have the National Night Out. And we cannot get that space back if it's paved in parking lots and apartment buildings. Our EAC planted trees there about 10 years ago to enhance the park. They were paid for by a grant. They were installed by volunteers. And this whole development is going to get rid of those trees that we took money to pay for from people that gave us grants. And I don't think that's right. That chestnut tree that guy talked about, I bet it's not even going to be there. They're going to put all those little spindly street trees. And instead of green space, we're going to have brick pavement, buildings, and little bitty trees. And that's what they're going to call green space. And I think there's a pool there. We used to have a pool in Williamson Park. And when I saw that, I thought, well, we'll have a pool again. But no, that's going to be for the apartment. It's not going to be a community pool. It's going to be an apartment complex pool. We have places in Morrisville that we could put development. We have places that could be revitalized. We do not need a whole new mini mall and apartment complex and acres of pavement. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the next one, is it Ron? Ron Rice? Is that your, Don, I'm sorry. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Don Rice, 343 Crown Street. I have a few questions and a couple of comments. I heard in answer to some of the council members' questions that there were 300 units, 300 apartments that were going to be built there. I would like to see that translated to number of people. That would help us do infrastructure estimates such as water supply, sewer capacity, traffic, how many cars are they going to own and be there. So that would be helpful information if the council can get that. I would also like to know if in building out the area, if there were going to be any changes to land surface altitude. If you build that up much more than what it is right now, you're going to flood the island. And that gets me to the second part of this. I'm a hydrologist. You know, from my perspective, you couldn't choose a worse place in Morrisville to develop. The area where you're developing in Williamson Park is a park because it once was the Delaware River. It wasn't a little side stream or anything. It was the Delaware River, and the island was the island. When you go and you build, you pave that area over, you're creating, I'm going to get technical, a semi-confined aquifer. A semi-confined aquifer has two components to the water level elevation. Elevation head, pressure head. You're increasing the pressure head, the water levels are going to go up, heavy rains, storms, it could go as high as land surface. You're going to flood out the groundwater in the island area. The water is going to want to flow from areas of high elevation to low elevation. The lowest elevation is going to be where they haven't paved the whole thing, over in the island. So there's that. Next comment, the Cleveland Park, I believe it's being called, is also the old borough landfill. If you're going to put a baseball complex there, you're going to need DEP approval. It's going to need to be investigated. It's probably going to need to be remediated. You don't want a baseball complex on top of an old landfill. You don't want your children playing on a landfill. And the same goes for the south end of Williamson Park. I have heard from old residents here that that is an old landfill, and that's going to be even a structural issue if you want to build. And finally, I didn't hear anybody, I heard traffic on Delmore being an issue. Traffic on Bridge Street. Anybody ever sit at the light at Bridge Street in Delmore when the state's getting out of work? That's all.
Thank you. I hope I pronounced this name right. Serge Churchinak?
Good evening. My name is Serge Chernyak. Thank you for coming. I'm a resident.
Can you say your address, please, for the record?
402 North Delmar Avenue.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you for coming. I understand the importance of revitalization of our area. The plan is important. I oppose the apartment complex. I was born in an apartment. Different country. I'm an immigrant. I was born in 5th floor, brick apartment. Lived all my life on the 9th floor of concrete project. I don't think it would bring positive impact on our community. I'm new here. I moved to the town just because the charm of quiet beauty, river, canal, quiet park. I understand that quiet beauty can be sleepy, shifting to decline. So to attract new enterprise, businesses, trades, important, vital. The park and apartments, my major concern. And also, I heard that legal term, eminent domain, thank you for asking that. Well, I'm aware of that and ready for that. So thank you. Really thank you for coming.
Thank you. Courtney Rainslow. State your name and address for the record, please.
Courtney Rainslow at 327 Hillside. I came, I am in support of this lovely development, but I came here tonight. I did want to ask. As some people know, I'm in a Christian band, and my band, Right to Become, cleans up, and I want to call it the Morrisville River Walk. We're trying to give it a beautiful name up there instead of the levee. And me and my teenagers are cleaning up the Morrisville River Walk. And I know that there are budget meetings coming, and I was invited to come here tonight. There are budget meetings coming, and I would like to ask the Borough Council if you would consider 6 permanent trash cans up there on the Morrisville River Walk, because it will be 1 year in September that me and my band and my teenage road crew have been cleaning up the river walk along the river there. So we clean up every month, and once a month we clean up there, and there's no trash cans up there, so people just litter again. So I'm asking if you would consider in your budget meetings 6 permanent trash cans, beautiful, nice ones that would look pretty up there. And I would just say, there's a lot of things, a lot of opinions and everything, but their project looks very beautiful to me, and I will say we clean up the Riverwalk, and it's littered and very depressed. Even the park, the benches up on the Riverwalk are not painted, and I sort of feel like if these people want to put money into our community to make it a more beautiful place, I just hope that we can have an open mind to that, because I'm up there and I see the litter everywhere, and like I said, even in the park, the benches are graffitied. So I'm just asking if everyone could have an open mind. I'm a Christian. Could you say a prayer? Just say a prayer for Morrisville. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't normally go back and forth, but I will say something because you signed up. I was going to say something during the borough officials about your group. They recently, at the beginning, the first weekend of every month, they have been going out there and they faithfully clean up the park and that river walk area. And give them a round of applause. Even in the bad weather, they're out there. And we really do appreciate what you're doing. A town that actually pulls those resources together from everyone helping out, and it helps wherever we can. So I just got done walking down there myself today, so I appreciate what you're doing on the levee. Thank you. Next is Paul Carsavar. Am I saying your name right?
Wait, is this?
I'm sorry. No, I got it right.
Yeah, you got it right.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Paul Carsavar, 122 West Palmer. I'm going to start out quoting Joni Mitchell. Pave paradise and put up a parking lot. I want to voice my deepest concerns about the possibility of developing Williamson Park, even if it's just a small piece. This is public domain where people come and go, play ball, walk, just enjoy the open space. In other words, developers, keep out. This should not even be up for discussion. If someone wants to develop Morrisville, great, go for it. There are plenty of places to look at, blighted buildings. Go and buy some of these things, develop them. They're already zoned for doing whatever the heck you want to do. Please go for that. If you really want to promote Morrisville, Williamson as an open park would be a great way to sell your goods. The last time I looked, Williamson is open space, and please correct me if I'm wrong. If council proceeds with this process, I can assure you there will be a fight, figuratively, by the people of Morrisville. We will not sit idly and watch the destruction of any open space. We will not be silenced anymore. We will not be intimidated by any tactics that might be thrown at us, such as a cease and desist order. You will see signs around town. You will see your email boxes filled. You will see us at meetings such as this. Our voices will be heard. Don't develop Morris. Don't develop Williamson. Don't develop Williamson. We will not be silenced. Thank you.
Thank you. Glenn Owens? No, Glenn, maybe left? Okay. Debbie Colgan? State your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Debbie Colgan, 120 West Hendrickson Avenue. I want to make sure that you recognize that before your informal poll as to who was for or against, a lot of people left. And a lot of those people I heard expressing displeasure with this. So I think your informal poll lost part of your audience, just so you know. Okay. I want to make sure that council and anyone else here who thinks developing the park is some kind of progress, that Morrisville residents will never allow Williamson Park to be developed, any part of it. There are a million reasons why this is a bad idea, and we will explain them to you if you insist on progressing down this very bad path. But the most important of all is that a town never gives up its open space. It is precious. It is our past, it is our present, and it is our future. If you want to develop, if anyone wants to develop, fix up the empty buildings we already have. The last office building built in Morrisville in the name of business revitalization has never been fully occupied. So you build more of them on open space, develop the unused and underused areas of Morrisville. We welcome that. Don't take away our property, which is environmentally responsible and is used by all. We are letting council know, and we're letting the developer know, that they will have a fight on their hands. We will alert every Morrisville resident. We will make sure that the Bucks County Redevelopment Authority, the Delaware River Joint Toll Bridge Commission, the Bucks County Commissioners, the Bucks County Planning Commission, the Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission know that the Morrisville community wants its park as it always had. All the entities that have funded park improvements through grants, federal block grants, Tree Vitalize, DCNR, Pico Green Region, and the others will be notified and made aware. Morrisville is renewing its deal to provide the public access to Riverside Park. When Morrisville used that money to improve the park, it committed to the funders and to the residents that we were in. Enhancing parks and preserving open space is the smart path for towns. That will bring you what you want. Williamson Park must remain whole with its community. Thank you.
Thank you. Peggy Walsh. Please state your name and address for the record.
Peggy Walsh, and I live on Stockham Avenue. I'm a 35-year resident of Morrisville. I understand that we need a tax base, and I understand that we need revitalization, but I don't think that the park, taking our park and our public green space is the way to go. I'm not a scientist, so I really don't know the environmental impact, but I can't imagine that it would have a good environmental impact. I can't imagine that our streets would be able to handle the traffic. The traffic is already terrible now with those two bridges coming over from Trenton, especially after rush hour. And I would just like to reiterate what everybody else has said, or many other people have said, that we have so many empty buildings in this town that we don't seem to be able to get tenants for or businesses in. You know, luckily we have the produce that took over the empty Acme space, but we've never been able to do anything with the Dunhams. It seems like, you know, that space, it seems that projects have been started and stopped. The building next to that, the large space, that's been empty. There are several other empty stores in that shopping center. We have that huge shopping center, and we can't even keep that with tenants in it. And most of the stores that we have seem to be, tattoo parlors and so many smoke shops. I don't understand where all this business is going to come from to this community, and I don't understand where we're going to get all these people who want to live in these apartment buildings. I think what we need to try to do is work on what makes Morrisville, Morrisville, which is the charm of a small town, a walking town, a place where you can walk along the river harbor with unobstructed views, a place where you can walk along the canal, a place where you can drive in on summer nights and hear kids in ballparks, playing ball, kids playing soccer, kids playing in the park. I think that's what we need. So thank you very much. It is a beautiful plan. It looks spectacular, but I just see it as unfeasible.
Thank you. Tom Wisnowski. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Tom Wisnowski, 815 Crown. Real quick on a different subject. Thank you for finally citing that guy up on North Pennsylvania Avenue who's running the Airbnb up there. I understand he's put in an application for permit for short-term residential housing. Please don't approve that. He's been breaking our law long enough. So thank you. Please be strong in that, okay? Now on to the other subject. I know a couple of things. I know that our open space is a precious jewel. When open space is gone, there is no more open space. I get that, and I support that, and I believe in that. I was at the night out last Tuesday night, and I was wandering around going, where are we going to be able to have events like this if our park is reduced by half? I'm not sure. Very important. Thing number two, one of the most successful programs that has ever existed in Morrisville is the Morrisville Little League. For decades, we all know that. We need to make sure that Little League is happy and healthy and really well taken care of. Very, very important. But the other thing that I know is that Morrisville needs something. Madam Council President, you read so eloquently from the 2008 study when you mentioned the need for revitalization. And you said so perfectly that in those 11 years, the issues are exactly the same. Nothing has changed. So we all know the costs are going up. We all know things are getting more expensive. We all know it's getting harder and harder to run the borough. So I don't see a whole lot of other people lining up to spend $100 million here. I just don't see it. Thank you. If there are, please let us know. But I'm pretty sure not. So I ask council to do what you all said you would do and continue the process. It's a process, and it's going to be a long process. We have to look at these things very carefully. And I appreciate the fact that you all seem open-minded. I'm very appreciative of that. And finally, real quick, in the last... It's been about an hour since this project has been revealed to the Borough of Morrisville officially. I find it amazing that the MEAC already has an official position on it. I think that's pretty irresponsible for this group. I would hope that they would exercise a little more judgment and take time to actually study things before making an official statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kurt Holt-Hendricks, you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Kurt Holt-Hendricks, 300 Melvin Court North. I just want to let everyone know about the success from NNO last week. I want to thank everyone who volunteered to come out and make it a success, from everyone who got the raffle baskets for everyone put out there. I want to thank the PA State Police that came out, the Bucks County Sheriffs that came out. The band was great. We had great weather, and we're going to be donating about $1,350 to the fire department this year.
Very nice.
I want to thank everyone that donated, bought raffles. It was just a terrific night all around. Second point with what's happening with this plan, let's be honest about what the park is. It's not a natural space. It was man-made. People have said already, it's landfill, things like that. Big parts of it aren't even used. The Bridge Commission side, and when there's no ball games going on, you drive by, there's not a whole lot of activity going on. If there's a way to take care of what we can there and improve the town, and there's a benefactor willing to put, he said it's $100 million just for the new ballpark they're putting in. This is not a small little game they're putting together. This is changing. And they want to give the Morrisville League, and they're on board. I saw their post. They're on board with this because they're getting a whole brand new ball complex on the Cloverleaf project, which has been a thorn in the side of this town since it closed down. We haven't been able to build on it. You can't build houses. But the ball fields, if you can remediate and take care of it, topsoil, drainage, that's like a great use. You don't have to worry about the impact of, can you build a house there? So if there's a way to incorporate the new buildings, they're giving us the park. We're getting park back. We're getting a new amphitheater. No one's even mentioned that. It's in the drawings. We're getting a new amphitheater and stage. There's walking trails all on that. If you look at it, you'll see that there is a park there. A big portion of what they're taking is going to be the Bridge Commission and the homes on the north end. And there's a chunk of the park that we'll lose. But we're redoing Patriots Park. That's your greenery. That's your pasture. That's your nice place to be. If we can just get rid of the over-emotional reactions and just talk about this, voice concerns and look for solutions, we can do what has to be done to support the tax base of the homeowners that are being taxed out of their homes, retired people, things like that, that can't afford these tax rates anymore. And EIT, it might have to happen down the road, but maybe this delays it or even stops it from happening. It's worth talking and pursuing this type of plan. You get like one shot at this type of deal. And this might be it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lisa Weinhardt? State your name and address for the record, please.
Lisa Weinhardt, 846 North Pennsylvania Avenue. I'm here for the same reason Tom Wisnowski was here. The property at 974 North Pennsylvania Avenue. It has been problems and trouble for years now. It's getting to the point that I am worried that we're going to have the same situation that happened over at the Trenton Arts Festival. The owner of that property is renting it out as the party mansion. There have been parties that have had over 60 cars outside. There's been drug use. There's been DJs that playing all night long. Thank God for our police force. If not for the police, I can't imagine what would have happened down there. It would have been us on the news with shootings because of these pop-up parties. Something has to be done. He is applying for an application for a permit for short-term rental tomorrow. That application has to be denied. If there's not mansion parties, it's being rented out as a B&B to families. Those families bring additional families, and there's upwards of 40 people in a pool that has no permitted gate around it. There's a fence that's nowhere near 6 feet close to the pool. There's people wandering the neighborhoods. I just can't believe that this is happening in our neighborhood, especially after I hear the plan that is being proposed tonight. I don't know why people would want to move here. I'm sometimes embarrassed to say I'm from Morrisville, and this is after 20 years of living here. I just need you guys to step up and do something. I appreciate the efforts that have been done, and I really do appreciate the police force. But this is a mess, this house, and it can't be allowed to continue. I appreciate the efforts that have been done, again, but it's out of control. Something's got to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to weigh in anything at this point? No? Okay. Next, Hussam Shalad. State your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, Hussam Jalad, 45 Ridge Ave. I want to add basically to Lisa's point and Tom's as well. Basically, I have not been able to enjoy my summer. I don't know about you guys, for the same reasons. The constant disturbance and the constant disruption of the so-called party house and the whole short-term rental ordinance, which I opposed from day one. I also ask you not to issue any permits for that specific house for such use. Furthermore, I'm here to ask you to add to your agenda for next week meeting, an amendment to prohibit the use of short-term rental or transient lodging, however you want to define it, in single-family home zone, specifically zone R1. Such use, excuse me, I'm a bit nervous. Such use is against zoning code, and I don't know if you guys are aware of this, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court have ruled against such thing. So there's no need to worry about getting sued from Airbnb. Let's just put it that way. And we're gonna fight back to that. We're not letting this take us down. And I'm saying it on record. If we have to seek any legal motions, we will, to fight, to push back on this. The level of I cannot stress how much impact or negative impact this have been on me, my family, the neighborhood, on everyone living, even on the lower Makefield side, and the police force, and how much they had to respond to. This is just have been a total nightmare, and all because of this so-called short-term rental ordinance. I would like to have the zoning and the officers involved and not wait too long to act on such thing. And then finally, I just wanted to add quickly on the development plan. I agree with saving any green space we have, as it's the most valuable thing we have. And yes, we do need development, the right kind of development. There was references to Newtown, the Goodnose. I don't know if there's any 7-story apartment buildings in Newtown. And currently they have a lot of problem with traffic as well. And that's Newtown. One suggestion is probably to the developer or any other developer. I don't know why we don't have other developers involved in this, but this is more for NJ Transit. This is going back to the Jersey City suggestion of Jersey City Living, that to have the NJ Transit stop in Morrisville as one of their stops and develop that area furthermore, and leave the park as is. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can. Just to weigh in, I don't normally jump into public comment, but we've had a number of comments about the house on Pennsylvania Avenue tonight. Just so everybody is aware of what the situation is, the last event that was held there were some citations issued. There was also a zoning violation issued. We were waiting for a court date on that. The owner had already received a cease and desist notice from our office advising him that any continued use without the necessary permit and licensure under the new ordinance is going to be treated harshly and treated as a violation. That is in fact the case. There is a pending application. I can't comment on something that's outside of my purview. But I would note that in the R1 residential district where this is situated, it's not a permitted use and it would require a variance. Variances are not easy to get. That's all I can say on this topic right now.
All right.
Here we go. The problem is that it's on the weekend, and because our zoning is outsourced, nobody's around.
But that has nothing to do with it. What it comes down to is you wouldn't have a zoning officer come out for that. It's going to be a police enforcement. If you have to have it documented. They're doing stuff. We have to have that documentation. Right. That's what we've been saying to everybody as we've been getting the emails. And just to let you know, that's why I'm letting him weigh in, not normally doing nor in public comment, is that we're not sitting idle. We are doing something. Some things we can't come out here and talk about, but we are working on it, just like the halfway house that we're dealing with. It's the same thing. We're doing the best we can. And what you guys need to do is document and also participate in that. Write down what that problem that you're having. Make sure you're putting your name to it and send it in so we have that information, because it's going to go to court. Okay? right.
Madam President, I'd also like to point out that whether code enforcement is outsourced or in-house, they need to get a call to be able to be engaged.
Exactly, yeah,
They're not
Yeah.
working, whether they're in-house or out-house, they're not working 24/7.
right, exactly.
Just follow the beat.
Yeah, all right. Okay, we're going to move on to the next public commenter. Matthew Gary, is it Gary? State your name and address for the record, please.
Yep, Matthew Gary, 407 North Delmore. All right, so I join these people who would be opposed to this development because I'm opposed to any development in that park. That park is a treasure. In this town, that park counts as a treasure. We need more treasures. So I'm pro-development. Let's improve the town, but let's not do that in the park. That park, folks, it's disappointing to me, because I love that you're all open to things, but please don't be open to development in the park. Be open to development where it's zoned for it. But that park, I don't know who is going to give up a treasure in their town. I live right across from that. Is anybody here volunteering to have a 7-story apartment building built across from their house? Is the developer, is the lawyer, or any of you? Does anybody want that across from their house? But never mind my own personal agenda. Let's just go for the town. That park, folks, don't give up on that park. You will never get another park like that. And that park is an integral part of this community. And I like that a council member thought, what about the people who live there? Folks, I do live there because of that park, and I've lived there for a long time because of that park. And I'm not interested in living across from 7-story apartment buildings. By the way, if you know the park, that's on a dump where a church was put there, where they're going to put these 3 buildings, right? It's a landfill, and it sinks. So the Morrisville Baseball League has rebuilt that field 3 times and brought in fill to level it. So good luck. Don't worry, that 7-level apartment building will be a 6 and a 5 and a 4 if you hang it long enough, because you can't build there. I don't know, folks. I'm all pro-development. I live here. I love this town. I love that park. But don't develop in the park, please. Don't even consider it. Don't go down the path. Don't say we're open to more. Say we're open to development on Bridge Street or Trenton Avenue or somewhere where you have a business area. But don't put in. We're going to trade green grass, trees, and open space, and in exchange, we're going to get pavement and restaurants and apartment buildings. That's not a fair trade. That's not a good trade. Any little kid with baseball cards wouldn't make that trade. So please do not develop the park, and take a stand on that we don't want more studies to develop a park. That park is our park. Do not give away our park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to lose my last 20 seconds. Nowhere in this presentation was it brought up that my 4 neighbors have been offered from the developer that they're going to get above market value for their house so their houses can be raised. And that's right next to this apartment building so they can have a little green space for the people. That's not right, folks. People in Morrisville shouldn't be offered money to have their houses raised, part of this development.
Thank you. Timothy Pesci? I said that right. Please state your name and address for the record.
Tim Pesh, Bridge
I'm
Street.
sorry.
No problem. That's all right. I think the question here tonight was, would you guys look at things and consider going forward and analyzing? I don't think it was asked for you guys to agree to it.
Right.
I don't think it was asked, hey, do you like whatever? But I think what I'd like to bring up, and this is, and I apologize to my fellow neighbors who are going to be living and owning property adjacent to this, as I will, that your obligation is to the town. And as much as we'd all not like to look at an apartment building across the street, we understand the tax burden that the town is under and the problems that it creates for us. As a business owner in the town for over 35 years, I pay over $30,000 a year in taxes on one property.
Wow.
Sorry.
Exactly. Wow. For
sorry.
35 years, that puts it over $1 million.
Sorry.
Right? We're not going to get development for the bank building, for the Stockholm building, for whatever else, when the tax burden is that great, no matter how much the need is there. So please, just consider what's coming. Are there going to be changes to it? I'm sure there are. Would we like to not have to go down this road? I'm sure none of us would like to. And we've seen the park change from, I'm sure, when it was put together, a pool wasn't part of the plan. And then a pool became part of the plan. And then filling in the pool became part of the plan. It's going to evolve and it's going to change. But please, as someone who born and raised, went to Morrisville High School, and how is that tax burden shown on the school? 3rd grade through 12th grade in one building. That's a travesty. It really is. And I realize this is what we need to do to continue to exist. But it's just shameful that for our children to put them in a situation like that. So I ask you just to consider the greater good of all the residents of Morrisville and look at that from that perspective as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Frioli. State your name and address for the record, please. I'm sure I pronounced it wrong, and I apologize.
Okay, most people in the world usually do. My name's Joe Fraley. I live at 455 North Delmore Avenue, and I'm against the project and development. Basically, I've been all over the world, and currently I work in Philadelphia, and I know a city, they're fighting to get green spaces. So I know once you take this green space away, you're not going to get it. Now, yes, a couple of gentlemen ago said we could develop other areas, but look at the historic park that we have, the history of that. It's not 100 years, not 75, but it's pretty close. My family's been on Delaware Avenue for 55 years. I haven't seen things come and go in that park. There have been huge picnics, which nobody brought up, the picnic pavilions we have that groups use a lot of times. You know, the parks and swings. Yes, we used to have the old swimming pool. But also some other things I want to bring up. Being on Delmore Avenue, I have two apartment complexes north of where I lived, less than 100 yards. And now they want to add 3 more apartment buildings less than a half mile in the other direction. Can you imagine the traffic that's going to cause on Delmore Avenue? Even if it's just 300 families, that's probably going to be a minimum 300 cars. If they're millennials, maybe up to 600. I'm glad a couple of council people brought up the fact about infrastructure and also services and police, fire department, and EMS. Also think about the power grid. Think about the water. How many of you live in the last couple of weeks where power's been out in Morrisville? So you're going to have a whole nother 700 to 1,000 people that are going to be pulling that power, especially in the summer. So these are kind of things I would like for you. I'm willing to change my mind if you can prove to me that everything's taken care of. And also, a couple of gentlemen ago said he got a letter in the mail from the company willing to buy their house, asking to buy their house. I also got one of those letters. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel McCleary, please state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, I am Daniel McCleary, and I live at 53 Delaware Avenue. I feel as though it's my obligation as the next generation of Morrisville to come out here and say something. I feel I've seen people, as soon as they graduate, or even before they graduate, leave Morrisville as a whole. Their entire family is leaving. And I feel that's hugely in part due to the economics of the town negatively impacting the school and just negatively impacting the school. I feel as though taking a big chunk out of the park to improve this, to improve the friendships that you can keep throughout school instead of worrying on whether or not these families, your friends for life, are going to leave Morrisville, you can sacrifice a park for that. It's not that, I feel like it's just a no-brainer that friendships that you make during your school years should always just outweigh the fact that you can stay in a park. You can always just play a board game at home. You can drive to a park in another town. You could go to Tyler. That's a 20-minute drive. So there's so many other places nearby that you're able to go to. And I feel as though that would be a fair trade-off for a potential to improve the town. I've also seen many different projects come and go out of Stockholm Building, out of many other businesses, many other properties in town, none of which have picked up and become successful due to the fact that there's nobody there. Now, if you have a large economic center, then that will definitely draw people who will then go to fill the Stockholm Building, and then will go to fill these other properties that have remained empty for so many years. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Franklin, please state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, good evening, everyone. My name is Alan Franklin. I own the building on the corner of Bridge and Delmore, and I've been there 15 years. And I've sat here tonight and I've listened to a lot of people indicating a lot of different things. So just as a starting point, Williamson Park, when you look at the history of it, used to be a lake. And it was a lake until it was converted into a park, and that was in around 1940 and 1941. And at that time, people who had boats and they fished for bass in Williamson Park. And there used to be a hotel on the corner of Bridge and Delmore, and it was a hotel with one of those wraparound porches that you hooked your horse up to, and as I understand, it was there until around 1930. So there has been a lot of history and a lot of evolution to the park. Was it 1970? Okay, I apologize. There are people who know more about it than I do. Anyway, the point of it all is the expression that you build it and they will come. The missing part of that sentence is you have to build it right. And when you build anything and you make change in any development, there is always some discomfort for people who have a perception of the way things will be in their mind, but that's not necessarily the way they are. When I saw the renditions tonight of the pictures, it reminded me of Delray Beach, Florida, where people live in houses, 7 apartment buildings and 6-story apartment buildings, and they're very happy, and it's a place that people want to go to. So what is the point of this? What these developers have put together is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Morrisville to move forward into the 21st century. And when you deal with a 400-year history of a place, there's always people who have difficulty envisioning any of the 21st century environments. The idea that you would live across the street from a 7-story building, if it is a spectacular building, it's a great place, all the property values go up, people want to move here because that's what appeals to that particular new generation. When you see these apartment houses in different cities, and you say, wow, that's really a great place, and you go and you look at them, you say, wow, I'd love to make my house look like that, but that's already there, so you would look to move into that if you were moving into that area. When you look at the big zip, as I refer to it, 19067, okay? And people live in Yardley, and I lived in Yardley for 43 years. My daughter used to live on North Delmore Avenue, so I have a familiarity of Morrisville as a resident as well. So if you look at the 19067 and you say, wow, why isn't Morrisville the destination part of 19067? If you put a development together that changes the whole dynamic of the town, where you have the beautiful opportunity to come from Trenton and see this great entranceway called Bridge Street, that ought to be the real Morrisville, not the Calhoun Street Bridge. Okay? When people come in and they say, where do I go in Morrisville? You have to go all the way up Trenton Road to get into any shopping centers. And why is that? Well, these guys want to change that, and I think it's a spectacular opportunity for the residents and for this city council to at least move it forward to the next phase. And I want to congratulate you for giving them the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's the last we have on the public comment. The only thing I'm thinking of asking, because Jeff Darwick is still here from the RDA, they handle the Cloverleaf property, and it's been mentioned several times about the DEP and the property down there that we have been working on the last 15 years, trying to get something in that spot. And it was brought up about the ground and the ground being contaminated and needing to be taken care of. Can you give some highlight on what the process at this point, because we did have that ground test date.
Sure. I think, we've got a pretty good handle on what's going on with that site. We've obtained Industrial Sites Reuse Program grants to do the Phase 1, Phase 2 environmental site assessments. And we have a remedial plan, a cleanup plan that's been approved by DEP. Right now, the big, excuse me, my throat's really dry. The big hurdle right now is the funding. So we have some grant applications in to address the remediation of that property. And that's really, thank you, the major obstacle to at least the remediation portion of that site.
Okay, thank you. And the reason I'm stating that is because we'd be the first one to say we would never put the baseball down there or any other place down there, no matter what it was, if that ground was contaminated, if that ground was dangerous to somebody. So just to let you all know that the RDA is working with that and very intensely with the DEP. They're very aware of the property and what that ground was, and they've done several testings on that property. So I just wanted to let you know about what goes on with that property. Thanks, Jeff, for answering that. Oh, I'm sorry. I checked them.
477.com.
Oh, you did say her name.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did. I did say your name. Did you come up? Okay. Okay. Please. Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
I swear I'm not hard of hearing. I just wanted to say a couple things. First of all, I live on Central Avenue, not Delmore, although I have great sympathy with Delmore. Central Avenue, does anybody know where that is? Yes. Oddly, somebody moved in next door to a rental house and they had no idea that Central Avenue and Park Avenue even existed by the river. In this plan, they don't exist. They're just a grayed out area. So my concern about it is that that little grayed out area is a whole bunch of houses and neighbors. My husband has been there for 50 years. Some of those houses are well over 100 years old. And we now are going to be living practically on top of this new development. We are right behind it. So it's a concern to me for that reason, because I don't like the idea of living that close to so much entertainment and shopping and renting and all of that going on. I like our quiet neighborhood. But more to the point, the traffic there is horrible. When I try to get out of Central Avenue in the morning, when I try to come home in the evening from my job, it's horrible. When I came over here at a little like 6:45, the traffic was completely out of control. I had to wait for 2 minutes just to get out into the road to come up here. So the traffic is going to be monumentally a problem if people actually start to use that development, start to live in those apartments. I don't see any place where the road can be widened. So they're going to come across a bridge, and there's going to be no place for them to go. It's going to sit. And because there is no traffic light at our entrances on Park and Central, we can't get out there unless somebody is kind enough to let us. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to 5 years of construction outside my house. Not a pleasant scenario for me. So I love the town, but we need to rethink some of the development and tone it down a little. You know, even if the apartments are gone, that would help tremendously with the traffic. But, you know, that's going to be a major problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think I got everybody.
Good, thank you.
Sorry about that. Okay. I will be closing public comment at this time then. Yeah, I was going to say, where am I? Okay.
6.
Yeah. This is our agenda, so we're going to blow through some of this stuff. Council won't be voting on these things until next week anyway. Approval of the, oh, okay. Some of our council is exiting. We have an exodus of the council, I think. All right, we'll take. All right.
They're running. They gotta go. They gotta go.
All right, we'll take another 5-minute break for the council runners that have exited.
Everybody needs to stretch their legs.
It's actually just as well let the room clear out before we go through the real agenda.
I've been hearing you all night. Very impressive.
Good.
Tuesday's over.
What do you mean? What, giving them feedback? No, they got their feedback.
Virginia's happy. The Phillies won. She's
I think we need to step back, digest, strategize on this, and then I think we need to give Joe some direction before he drops another $100,000. And I think that direction's probably going to be, I don't know what you think, and I've reserved my personal opinions because I didn't want to prejudice any of this. But I think with private property, it's more than anything. I think with what's public property, just probably we got to figure out a way to leave that alone. Including the Bridgewater properties. But anything we can do with private property, either up and down Delmore, or the EDC properties, like or Franklin's property, or anywhere else that's private property, consider anything. I don't know that the park is worth it for that. Just my thoughts. It's up to council. Well, the apartments and the traffic are
And it's going to open up more space when they take the other two baseball fields out. They'll leave the 1955 field there, but the other field,
Hey, Virginia.
we're going to have more space for Jack.
For the minutes. It wasn't bad. It was only 2 pages. I figured it'd be worse.
Yeah, 80% are out of the borough. Only if we're lucky, if 20% of Morrisville will be or Morrisville. Before it used to have to be 50%. But they are here. But yeah, and that Woodview property has been tested twice, and it's been closed, but we have no cap. That's the only problem with that. Oh, they are. Yeah, like that. They're ecstatic. That is not what happened. Not until after I died. No, I was up here for a decade pushing to get that park out. For God's sake. And all those affairs. And we're right. You know, nothing's gonna happen with that school. No, it's not a park. They're already talking about tearing that down, yeah. Yeah, oh, yeah. It's not a park, how many years has that been in there? You know, they kicked that start out, the house is I don't know, but I want my park. I'm not taking it away over my dead body. My daughter was probably 6 when I started fighting for that. By the time it was done, she was too old to go on it. I had grandkids to go on it. I was just
If we could ask everyone to return to their seats and council members who went astray to return to the dais. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, there, we're almost, except the attorney? Wait.
Not you, Mike, the solicitor, Mike.
We don't need them for right now.
Okay. All right, we can proceed. All right.
You can catch up.
All right. We were at the approval of the minutes. Everyone got them in their packet, so please review them. If there's anything that you feel needs to be changed, please let the administration know.
Madam President?
Yes.
Can I just bring you back to number 4, announcements? We had a request from Amy Rinkovic to do a presentation for next week.
Oh, okay.
Between you and Mr. Mitchell there, are we good to do it next week? Do we have the time?
What is the presentation?
I sent you guys, she sent it to me, I sent you guys a PowerPoint to look over, she sent it to us ahead of time. No, well, she's going to address some of it. No, really what it is she's got from a professional perspective, she does a lot of trainings in the health field. And she also has a severely autistic child that's nonverbal. What she'd like to do is kind of put it out there of how to handle a nonverbal autistic child.
Yeah, you contacted me about this before. I thought we were going to do this in September.
Oh, so I thought we were going to do it in the regular meeting this month. When you said the next meeting, I thought you meant the regular meeting.
If you guys want another presentation for Monday night,
it's probably about 10 minutes long.
Add it to it.
It's up to you guys.
Okay.
We don't have any.
Is council okay with that? It shouldn't take her too long to do it, I think.
Yeah, we don't have any for next week, right?
Right, no, because all our presentations were tonight.
Is this connected with the recreation board?
No. This is for autistic children.
Yeah.
Okay, is everyone okay with adding that then? She'll do that
She
presentation?
said it would take about 10
She's going to bring what she needs to do the presentation? Okay.
It's a quick PowerPoint.
Okay. Then we will add that to presentations on Monday.
What is the name of it again so that we can change the agenda?
I will have to pull that and email it to you, but it's
Yeah, I remember you said it about a week or so ago.
It's a quick training on pretty much how to approach and how to handle if you come in contact with a nonverbal autistic child.
Yeah, okay.
Something like the police department should be involved in?
Well, she's going to explain how that works. I know that a presentation like that was done. I remember reading in the paper another municipality did the same thing just to make people more aware of how they handle.
Any first responder would probably do well to watch it at least, or get the
information on it.
information. I think it's really helpful for everyone, but specifically if you're in that kind of situation that's stressful, I think it would be helpful.
Well, maybe she could also present that presentation to our emergency services, to each one of the entities, so that they have it also on how that how that happens. That would probably be great.
It'll be recorded so that she can present it to their leadership and then take it away.
And they can disband it. Yep.
All right.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Sure. Okay, and then the finance, you get your treasurer's report. We'll be approving the bills. They'll come out this week. Please look them over. If there's anything you need questions on, please contact the administration. We'll have the mayor's report. Mr. Mitchell, on the action items 9A, I was going to ask you, are we doing this by a resolution for the Turn the Town Teals? Because I think we always voted a resolution, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it's just a motion. The mayor has informed us that he's intending to do a proclamation.
Oh, okay.
So he'll be doing a proclamation, but because a lot of this activity is taking place on borough property, it's appropriate for council to adopt a motion.
Okay, so during his report, he's going to do a proclamation, and we're just going to vote after that. Okay.
Yep.
All right, that takes care of that question. 9B, everyone, you'll get the information on this, but this is routine stuff. This is the bid for the contract for the gasoline for the delivery prices. Is that what you said, Scott? It was for delivery?
This is the annual consortium bid. These are the delivery charges, not the commodity pricing.
Gotcha.
That's market fluctuating.
Okay, because I was a little confused, as you saw today with my email. Sorry about that. I was like, what? Okay. 9C, this is something they've done the last couple of years. Seems to be a lot of fun and picking up some speed. Holy Trinity wants approval for their truck frenzy. They, I think, do a whole block there that they block off. So they want to vote for that. 9D, everyone got this also, was the motion for the bylaws for the public library to amend and put the residency clause in there. So if anyone has any questions, they can ask about that, but we should all be okay as far as having all the information. It was given out a month or so ago. 9E, adopt the resolution submission for the DCED multimodal transportation, that's a mouthful, fund of $150,000. My only question with that, because I was a little, is this for the Bridge Street or Patriots Park?
This is for neither. This is for ADA curb ramps.
Okay, is there a certain spot for this?
It depends on how much money we get.
Oh, okay. Got it. Got it, okay.
But is there a list of streets or anything?
We need a ton of them. So, you could pretty much point to the map and there's one that needs to be done.
So as we're doing our road projects, we'll probably then know where, if we get the money, where we're going to
If
apply
we
that
can
to?
tie it into a road project, we will. And if not, there's still plenty of targets out there that we need to do.
Okay. Okay, and this last one, we just got this in our packet. A motion to adopt a resolution for the Morrisville Borough to implement the health in all policies approach.
Yeah, don't tell anybody, but the governing body pretty much already does this. But this is part of the Walk Works program that we're going to consider public health as part of your policy making.
Means we're going to make you go out and do a certain amount of clocking your walking and stuff like that, Mr. Mitchell? Just saying, since we're going to make it all healthy, we would like you to participate in some of that.
Denied.
Does that have any?
I walk all over the building. I get my steps.
Does that have any effect on grant applications or anything? Does it show that we're doing something additional that helps get additional money in, or what's the benefit to doing it, I guess I'm asking?
It's part of the Walk Works program, and whatever the next step is to happen after that, this will be looked upon as part of whatever comes afterwards.
Got it. Thank you.
Because right now, when they also took all that information, when everyone went to the table at National Night Out, and I got to say, they did have a really good response there, because I don't know if anybody knew, the first meeting they tried to have here at the Borough Hall, we had the blackout that night, and we were literally getting out of the building with our cell phone lights.
We had generator power 15 minutes at a time.
I'm not going to say a whole lot about that. It was kind of in and then out and in
Public
and out.
meetings by candlelight are the new trend.
It was a little sketchy. So the next venue was recommended to do it at the National Night Out, which was a lot of residents there. So they did get a lot of response, which was good, because they need the information for what they're processing in the grant in September. So they said they'll put all that stuff together, and then we will get that analysis from them. But it's part of moving to the next phase, which I think they said is going to be like 5 years total, implement all the things that would be in that WalkWorks program to connect all our trails. Okay, that's the last of our action items. I don't believe there's any unfinished business, new business. It would be borough officials, if anyone has something they need.
There is one more thing, if I could
Really, one more thing.
throw it out there.
Justin's thing.
The engineers stuck around after the McGrath presentation for a reason, and they seem to still be awake.
Oh, boy.
A couple of you had asked about expediting our road program and the possibility of a bond issue in order to do so.
Yep.
We provided council in your packet last week with some data and the engineer's opinion of probable cost and time needed to accomplish that. They're here tonight if you have questions about that, or if this is something you wish to entertain. It is not without its complexities.
Do we have any idea what the yearly cost of that loan or bond would be?
Of course not. And
there's no way I can make a decision.
It would probably not. We could use liquid fuels funds for that purpose, but we rely heavily on our liquid fuels funds for other things. So I'm not sure how we would accomplish that at this point. I think we would have to push back from the table at this point and give it further thought.
Yeah, I would have two issues. One, not knowing what it costs yearly. Two, taking out a 30-year bond for something that will only last 20 years.
Plus, this is the engineer's opinion of probable cost is probably low. I think it's going to be more than that. Plus, you're going to have the cost associated with doing a bond issue not included in that. So you're probably looking at more like 8 to 9 million instead of the almost 7 that's on the page. So
when the engineer did that estimate, does he have any idea of the road conditions and any percentage of whether, 80% of them are poor versus 10% good?
Well, that's probably a good ratio, the one you just used.
They're all bad. Quite a few.
Basically, I think they use miles of street minus what we've done and what's
what we've been averaging on streets.
What's passable based on our inventory that Public Works put together for us that we've already been using.
Well, while they look, I'll stop you from just filling dead airspace. In our deliveries, there was a request to look into closing part of Washington Street for a block party customer appreciation day.
Yes, and I denied that request because it conflicts with our schedule for milling and overlaying that portion of Washington Street. Plus, it is not a community event, it's a private event. So I did not wait for the council meeting to notify the requester of that so that they did not make plans that would not come to fruition.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Is there anyone else?
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Couple things. First of all, Republic. Is there anything in their contract that we can go after them for? This is the 4th week out of 6, the past 6 weeks, that they have not picked up down at Manor Park.
Yeah, it's not.
Pick up today.
That's not even the issue. They have been, in my view, a disaster the whole time that I've been here, and I think
Yeah.
before
But it's just
the
getting
time
worse.
that I've been here. They'll get good for a couple of weeks after we slap them around, and then it goes right back to
They
the
need a
dump
good slapping.
the way it's been.
Bridge Street is a mess.
The
Can't find them or.
Well, we have back charged them for service failures. Honestly, I don't know how they make money because they're supposed to be in the borough 2 days a week.
Yeah.
And because of their performance, they end up being in the borough 4 days a week. So we basically have trash pickup every day, but it's not good.
I mean, if they're not going to pick it up on Monday, they can tell us, and
Well-
then we wouldn't put it out until Monday night for Tuesday.
This contract is up to be rebid. We will probably get started on the bid specs for that in the spring. We've already been pulling some information together from other municipalities who've gone through it recently. We know who the three bidders are going to be, at least three bidders are going to be, and I can tell you the borough has had every one of them, and the borough has never been satisfied with any of them. So I need to manage your expectation about what you think is going to change, because we don't have a good history of great service from any of them, according to the record here anyway. So I don't want to get your hopes up that there's some miraculous change around the corner, because I don't think there is.
I'm hopeful you can write a better bid spec that gives us bigger teeth.
Well, we will have a much stricter bid spec because I've already pulled 7 or 8 things that have been used in other communities but it also may eliminate some of our bidders. And if we end up with 2 bidders and it's substantially more expensive for trash collection than what we're paying now, I have a feeling council's going to be putting pressure on us to say, we need more bidders for this thing. This is too expensive. We can't implement these fees.
John's laughing
That's what's
back
going to
there.
happen. You're going to
So-
have higher.
Is that
correct?
Yeah, so be careful what you wish for is all I'm
Our
going to
low
tell you.
bidder, we're not going to have to accept them, are we, after the
Well,
past
you can
practice?
talk to your solicitor about how you can exclude them as a bidder based on past performance, and we can go down that road. I'm happy to do that, but that's not going to be easy either.
Right. Would you be able to call them in the morning and find out if we're going to have it picked up tomorrow?
Councilwoman Dreisbach, I talk to them 4 or 5 times a day.
Oh, my.
Well, tell them that I am very upset that Manor Park was not picked up again.
Well, my first email with them was at 4 o'clock this morning.
Oh, my.
Okay.
You know, you
Oh, the
don't
truck
want to
out there.
know how much of my time and how much staff time here gets spent on trash. It's a waste, literally, and a distraction from more important business that we should be focused on. But we've got a serious service delivery issue with this company.
Definitely. Okay, now I have one other thing.
Uh-oh.
A resident came to my home, and he gave me this list and pictures. Ownership history of the railroad down Delmore Avenue. Originally was Pennsylvania Railroad, then it was transferred to Penn Central, then it was transferred to Conrail, then it was transferred to CSX and Norfolk. Currently, Conrail still operates as the asset and real estate and maintenance. Back in 2000, they maintained the property between Route 1 and the railroad bridge. This is what it looked like. People had put their own benches out there. They could sit and look at the river and whatnot. And this is what it looks like now. There's 10-foot weeds growing, and that's what they have to look at out their front door. So they were wondering if someone could contact Conrail and see if they could possibly go back out there and do it again.
We would be happy to give you the contact information for the Community Affairs Department at Conrail. I can tell you that based on our experience with Amtrak and Conrail in particular just recently,
20 years.
because we have active work going on the rail line down Delmore Avenue, that
Maybe that resident can go over and talk to them.
I'm wondering if they're owned by Republic.
They're moving kind of slow.
Conrail is actually a very small fraction of what it used to be since they were broken up, with CSX taking part of it and Norfolk Southern taking the rest. They are really, we have problems with them just on a logistics point with Liberty State Park and that. They are horrible to deal with. They are completely understaffed. They are basically a real estate
Look at that Oldsmobile
entity in the railroad industry.
Are they
They are
not doing maintenance over there around your properties by the railroads too?
They do, but very slowly.
And I got to tell you, unless it's a federal mandate, you're not going to get Amtrak or Conrail to do anything.
No, I know Amtrak won't. We're still waiting for that wall to get fixed.
Yeah, they're horrible.
So it looks like
Yeah, it's going to fall down.
jungle, yeah.
So we can always ask, but I don't want to get people's hopes up. So
Okay, well, I was told that it's Brett Fenton, Mount Laurel.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you want to give that to him?
Yeah, pass that down. There you go.
Do you want us to keep these pictures?
Now you can have this too. Now you can have the whole packet.
The whole packet he sent?
Yeah.
Motion closed. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not my job.
All right.
Now you're.
Yes.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just want
Their
to,
version. Yes.
Wait, we're not, hold on. Mr. Parker has something to say.
Oh, sorry.
just want to mention that the drug awareness walk is this Saturday. Forgive me, I don't remember the time, but it is 11 o'clock and I'm only going to get 3 hours worth of sleep. And also the Jazz Fest is on Sunday.
Oh, the Sunday?
Yes.
Okay. I think that walk is like, I'm not sure, 10 o'clock in the morning, I think.
You start behind Giant at 8:30 and we'll end at the park approximately 10 o'clock in the
10
morning.
o'clock, you end it? Okay. All right, if no one has anything else, can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we are closed for the night.
Wait,